Jeez, haven't even started yet. Thank you for the raid, Ronan. I appreciate that. Welcome in, everybody. Hope your stream went well. Seems to be perfect timing, right? What were y'all up to? Ah, gotcha. Hopefully you got some wins on that. What was I doing? ER Bone Labs. What is that exactly? I don't think I've heard of that before. I will have to take a look at that later. Don't know what all that pounding is. I literally just went live and now all of a sudden the house is noisy. That's always fun. Oh, it's a game. It's not okay. For some reason I thought it was like a program. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, we actually have a lot of reading to do today. Yep. Thank you for swinging by. I appreciate it. Appreciate the follow as well. Thank you so much. Hope to see you again some other time. Thank you guys for swinging in. And we're going to get started now because we have a lot of reading to do today. The goal right now is to get through the original trilogy so that we can, so when the Apollo trilogy drops on the 24th, we can just get started with that and not be behind. I've got a confession to make. I'm terrible at figuring out magic tricks. Magic tricks? Yep, magic tricks are by their very definition tricks, right? But I can never figure out the tricks when I see them. And that's because the tricks are performed by pros. They do it so you can't guess the trick. But the trick Pearly showed me was incredible. Pearls did a magic trick? What kind of trick was it? Let's see, it looked like she pulled the end of her own thumb off. First she put her right thumb next to her left hand and then it just separated. She could move it up and down and everything. It was incredible. Really? Was it kind of like this? What? How'd you do that? Nick, you're like a real magician. See, this is why I just can't figure out magic. I'm no good at it. Especially hard tricks like flying away from the scene of a murder. You'll take all the fun out of magic if you keep trying to figure it out. Oh, my sweeties, you mind hurrying up and getting me out of this place? We're doing our best, Max. Just hang in there. A little while ago, some people from a local TV station came by, and since I'm a famed magician, they said, let's make you your own very... sorry. Let's make you your very own TV special. Really? What kind of TV special? Maximilian Galactica, the Great Prison Escape. It would be aired live. Hey, that sounds like it would be an awesome special. But if I do the special before I'm acquitted, they'll never let me out of here for real. Well, it would surely be an unnecessary addition to your troubles with the law. That's why I was thinking, but the production staff is already working on the show. If you don't get me out quick, I'll have no choice but to stage a real prison break. You seem awfully calm about that possibility. I'd have no choice. It would be a contractual obligation. That's show business. The night of the crime, you didn't happen to fly off into the sky, did you? Here's how everything went down, sweetie. At the time of the murder, I was sitting in the ringmaster's room. Not to mention, flying off into the sky is not just something I can do at will. I don't care what the stoogey clown says, it wasn't me. Max, do you mind teaching me the trick behind flying? You'll have to forgive me, sweetie. The difference between me and cheap imitation magicians is that I keep my mouth shut. I don't teach people tricks, but I will say this much, it's much harder than you think. I was thinking about this in court today. I've got a favor to ask of you. Anything for you, sweetie. Be friends with the other performers in the circus. Fabulous, a great joke. Why would I be friends with a bunch of hacks like them? But I've won on the world stage. I've won the International Grand Prix. International Grand Prix? Performers should always look to perform on the world stage, but the performers at this circus are completely and utterly devoid of ambition. That is something that I can simply not tolerate. Ambition, huh? Something about what Max just said rings true to my ears. Oh my sweeties want to hear all about the Grand Prix, don't they? To be honest though, I've told the story like 100 times already, so it's a bit boring. Sorry to make you tell it again. You must not have heard me. I'm really sick of telling this story, but what can you do? Maximum Galactica, I suppose I can tell it again. Voila! Here, take a look at this. I just happen to have a picture from the Grand Prix with me. Just look at that fabulous stage. That's the first stage that I ever flew on. I flew right over the audience. The crowd erupted into applause. At that time, I thought to myself that I could die right then and then, die a happy man. I'll never forget how I felt that night. The emotions, the acclaim. Wow. By the way, I think everyone who is performer should get to experience that feeling. I just wish I could explain that to the other people in the circus. It's incredible, Max. I want a trophy too. Hey Nick, how about you buy me a trophy? It's not how you earn a trophy, Maya. My sweeties, you can have this picture of my triumph. Just make sure you show it to all the other members of the circus. Look and learn. That's what you should tell them. Learn how to get thrown in jail? You hear that? It sounds like two people arguing. Alright, let's do it. Are you ready? Yes. Wait. Quit your whining. Just give this a shot already. Alright, let's go. Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. What are you doing? Gently down the stream. Come on, you know that. I'm trying my best, but Trilo, this just isn't gonna work. Do you enjoy seeing dumb things? You're gonna have to be on your own someday. You can't handle something as simple as this. What are you gonna do then? Hello, Ben. You too, Trilo. What are you doing here? Can't you see we're on a secret crash training course? I'm sorry? Secret crash training? Whoa. Yes, Trilo wouldn't give up until I said he'd try his idea for a new routine. So we were trying to sing in a round for our new ventriloquism act. In a round? You can really do that? That's incredible. See? Even they are surprised by the idea. I told you. You're not the only ones. You even surprised me with your idea. Once we got a grip on the basics, then it's just a matter of practice. You think so? Oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to give this back to you. Ah, there it is. Now that I've got this ring back, it's time to take one more shot at Regina. I know that you already testified in court today. You want to talk about what we saw, right? Yes. Well, at first we thought it was the old man, just looking at his walk and how he acted, right, Ben? Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. But then we said hello and didn't even get a reply. Not to mention he was draped in those gaudy symbols. What would you have thought if he wasn't wearing those symbols? What do you think, Ben? What? Oh, I would have thought it was the ringmaster. Something just isn't adding up here. I wonder who they really saw. I was hoping I could ask you about Regina. Completely serious about her. That's why I'm waiting for her even now. Really? That's so sweet. But if you really wanted to see Regina, shouldn't you check out the tent? Ha! You haven't got a clue about things, do you, sweetheart? Huh? Waiting like this is a part of being in love. How so? If you had a clue, you would know that waiting is such sweet and wonderful torture. When your body aches for your partner's love, that's one of the best parts. Yeah, I knew that. Poor Maya, she's so red she looks like a vine-ripe tomato. So how is this new routine working out? Will you two just take a chill pill already? Our routine's a secret. We're gonna take the ventriloquism world by storm. It'll be a real revolution. Sounds incredible. But let me make one thing clear. We're not going to take on the world just because that jerk said we should. That jerk? Max Galactica. Performer should aim for the world. Who does he think he is? Trilo, you seem really fired up about this. He needs to realize that he isn't the only one who can conquer the world stage. You're right. Mark my words, I, Triloquist, will win the Grand Prix. You're the man now, doll. Row, row, row your boat will be the key to glorious victory. Not to rain on your parade, but wouldn't a more mature song be best? Hey, you've got to start somewhere, right? Don't screw this up. You got to be a part of this too. Oh, it's you two. You look like you just got hit by a truck. Shouldn't you get some rest? I'm taking a rest right now, pal. I've been listening to some crazy clown's life story. Miss Von Karma told me to come down here and do this for her. Yeah, I figured as much. Let me tell you something, pal. Listen to that old clown sucks all your energy. Every time he's done talking, he looks at you like you should be doing something. I think he's waiting for you to laugh at his jokes. I know that, pal. Do you have any idea how much your face hurts if you fake laughing that much? Francisca really set you up bad this time, didn't she? If you ask me, she should be listening to Mo herself. No way, pal. You're not gonna get me to backbite a woman with a whip? No way. Why are you defending her? Prosecutor Von Karma's always got her eyes on us. Every time you definitely don't want her to show up, poof, there she is. Don't show up, don't show up, don't show up, don't show up. Looks like she's wound him up pretty tight. She's directly above us as we speak. Huh? How's that possible? According to the clown, the culprit jumped from here and disappeared into the sky. If that's what happened, it means the killer passed right by this window, pal. Oh, I see. Who lives in that room behind the window up there? The acrobat's got his room up on the 3rd floor, it seems. Pretty soon, Miss Von Karma's going to start her investigation up there. So don't get any ideas of going up there to the acrobat's room. Got it? Francisca Von Karma. Once she's done with her investigation, I think I'll go up there and check it out. Huh? Where's Regina? I don't know. But if she's with that tiger, I don't want to find out. Let's hurry up and get out of here. Nick, you really are a good chicken, aren't you? No, I just, allergic to wild tigers. Right, welcome to the wonderful, fabulous, the cafeteria. He's in an awfully good mood. Alright, you know what time it is, riddle time. Why does everyone cry when they eat Mexican pizza? Come on, you can answer this, it's easy. Because cafeteria Mexican pizza is possibly a weapon of bowel destruction? Wrong, try again. Okay, what do you think, girly? I got it. Okay, what is your answer? Because they're in the cafeteria. Exactly, it's an incredibly sad place, that cafe. I did it. What's going on? He's being too nice. Ah, not this picture. He showed it to you guys too? Huh? You've seen it as well. Well, you know what they say about Maximilian Galactica. He really gets around. Oh yeah, he didn't just show me the picture. What do you mean? He showed me his bust too. Let me tell you, that thing is enormous. To the picture, I think. He'd make us worship it every day. He's made us bow to his greatness. He's got a big bust. I wouldn't mind hearing more about Max's bust, not that I'm into that sort of thing. Excuse me? Max's bust should be on that small table over there. There's nothing over there. Really? Oh yeah. When was it? I seen about 5 days ago. All of a sudden, the bus disappeared. Disappeared? If you want to see it, there's a photo on the bulletin board over there. Max just had to put the picture up. Hey, this thing's really cool. Nick, I want someone to make a bust of me. Sure, as long as I'm not paying for it. Is there anything else that's changed about this place? Nope, not that's changed that I can see. I wonder if he's actually thinking about this or if he's setting up a bad joke. Nope, I'm drawing a blank here. Quiet Mo is a good Mo in my book. Guess there really aren't any other things that have changed, huh? Well, there's this one teensy tiny thing that does seem different. Tell us. Well, on the morning of the crime over on the bulletin board, this piece of paper was posted front and center. Piece of paper? It's torn, so I don't know what it said, but I can see its title. Huh? It says "To the Murderer." Yep, that's what it says, but the rest of it's been ripped off. And I don't know who posted it. When did you find this? The morning before the murder? Before the murder? Yes, the ringmaster was killed the night after this paper was discovered. Who in the world posted this thing? Nick, I think we better follow up on this important lead. Are you 100% sure about your testimony today? I saw what I saw, I swear. That creep just flew through the air? It wasn't exactly flying per se, it was more like floating. The silhouette of his face made me positive it was Max. Let's see a sidewalk, he must be telling the truth. Today's been a really crazy day, hasn't it? You're telling me, I didn't think it was going to be so tough. There was a raid, yes. Welcome in. Yeah, it was a tough crowd. That's what you call a crowd that refuses to laugh. For instance, it was such a tough crowd this morning, I had to smash watermelons. Told them all a great story and even greater jokes, but no one busted out laughing. You even used the famed no shoes, no shirt, no service joke. Exactly, how can you not laugh at a stunning comedy like that? Alright, Mo, calm down. Thank you for the hydrate. I will grab that in just a moment here. You know anything about this note? The morning of the murder, it was posted on the wall in the cafeteria. I do know all about that note. When I read it, my heart certainly skipped a beat. Your heart skipped a beat? Oh, I was enjoying my morning tea. The ringmaster and company entered the room. And company? I guess it wasn't really a company. It was just the ringmaster and my sweetie pie. When the ringmaster read the note, he turned an incredible bright red. All of a sudden, he tore it off the wall and shoved it in the pocket of his tailcoat. Really? Out of curiosity, what in the world was written on that thing? Let's see. Oh, I don't want to steal the fun from my sweeties. Go and find out on your own. Sure, you can find it somewhere. You might also want to ask my sweetie pie princess. Back to the circus. Max and the ringmaster had their talk in this room. That could have been when the ringmaster put on Max's costume and went outside. Why did he do that anyway? Was it really that cold or something? Hey, do you see that? There's a scrap of paper shoved into the pocket of the tailcoat. You know, I've got a feeling I know what that is. I bet it's the other half of the note that Mo gave us. Let's hurry up and check this thing out, Nick. I knew it. It fits perfectly with the other piece. What does it say? To the murderer, I have a conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 p.m. tonight at the Lodging House Plaza. Tonight at 10? That's when the murder took place. Now we need to find out who called out the ringmaster. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you did a good job as usual. Well, I am done with investigating the acrobat, finally. But with Miss Von Karma... Nick, what is that beeping sound? It's Miss Von Karma. Every time I hear that sound, she's usually not that very far behind. Some sort of pager or something? If you don't mind, pal, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here quick. See ya. Didn't know the Gumshoe could run that fast. So much for being a flatfoot. Never seen a grown man so afraid of a girl still in her teens. Well, let's go inside. It's freezing out here. As biting as lashes from a whip. Von Karma? Really was a battle in court today, wasn't it, Phoenix Wright? Did you have to jump out and scare us like that? What can I do for you? Tomorrow will be the day my dream finally comes true. You mean the story of my defeat at your hands making the national news? Huh. National news? You possess such a small sense of scale. The global news, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Your miserable plight will be known internationally. She might be overestimating the importance of a win by just a smidge. Miss Von Karma, it appears you got your hands on something big, huh? I'm amazed you picked up on that much. Anyone could. You couldn't hide that look of victory with 10 paper bags on your head. I've got conclusive evidence and a conclusive witness. Need any more hints? Conclusive witness? You must mean the acrobat, right? I'm putting in the summons for him to be called as a witness as we speak. It's the final nail in your coffin, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yeah, I get it already. You want to beat and destroy me. Can't worry about her. I've got to try and find out more information myself. Why do you keep giving Nick the evil eye? It doesn't matter if you prove the defendant guilty tomorrow. Nothing will be able to bring your dad back. My dad? You must mean the esteemed Manfred Von Karma. Of course, your dad. I know you miss him. Enough out of you. One more word and you'll get a mouthful of whip. Now, when did I ever bring up my papa's name in this or any other conversation? Then what's this revenge thing you're talking about? You wouldn't understand, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I have to see him again one more time. Him? Sure you know whom I refer. Miles Edgeworth. Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth? Why would you even bring him up? You haven't forgotten, have you? Do you know who it was that trained the gifted prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? Manfred Von Karma. Exactly right. It was my papa. That means that Edgeworth was... Right again? Miles was like a little brother to me. Little brother? But Edgeworth and Nick are the same age. Edgeworth. The man who inspired me to become an attorney. Fought against him in a few cases. But a little after that case was over, he vanished. It's your fault he's gone. It's the truth, isn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Nick, what does she mean? Edgeworth was never quite the same after that case, and then with the case after that one. He never set foot into the court again. And then one day, he just vanished. All he left was a simple note at the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. That was 1 year ago. It was a few months after he left to go back home. Mr. Edgeworth, he's dead? I don't believe it. He's still alive, I'm sure of it. Somewhere in the world he's still alive. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death? Of course he did. You ruined his reputation as a prosecutor. You effectively killed the prosecutor in him, just like your victory muddied the honorable name of Von Karma. I'm going to find him, and then I'm going to teach him his rightful place in my own 2 hands. Nick, about Mr. Edgeworth. Maya, I already told you this once. Don't make me do it again. Don't bring up his name in front of me, okay? Miss Von Karma, I don't know if you're God's gift to prosecutors or not, but I've had about enough of you. Him too. What in the world happened? This dog is all bark and no bite. He's already been defeated. Regardless, tomorrow will be the greatest courtroom battle this country has ever seen. Nick? Let's go. We need to talk with a performer on the 3rd floor. Sorry I brought it up, Nick. You must be Phoenix Wright. Yes. Pleased to meet you. I'm King Dingling. Right here at the circus, everyone just calls me Acro. Mr. Acro? How do you know my name? The detective told me. He said you definitely show up here. Acro, you're a member of the circus as well. That's right. I mainly perform on the tightrope or the flying trapeze. But nowadays, all I perform in is my wheelchair. Acro, why did you join the circus? When I was a kid, my parents failed miserably at business, and one night they decided to run away from it all without me. The only person who was willing to take my parents' place was the ringmaster. And the ringmaster took such incredible care of me. He was truly a lifesaver. It seems like the ringmaster was truly a saint. He was. That's why I decided to do something very important. I decided I would devote my entire life to finding a way to repay him. And now, because someone repaid him for all the good in his life. Such a shame. Sometimes I think that he was almost too kind. Perhaps he was too kind to his performers. Perhaps he was too kind to his daughter. What if he spoiled Regina? Regina's so cute. She's truly a princess. Really a princess? Are you sure that's a good thing? Do I detect a hint of grudge against Regina? I'm sorry to ask, why are you in a wheelchair? The nerves in my legs were badly damaged, and you can't walk now. Can't even stand. And since I lived on the 3rd floor, I can't even leave the building by myself. Awful. The accident happened during the acrobatics session, right? Cyclops? Doesn't seem like Acro's injuries were acrobatic in nature. What's on your mind, Mr. Wright? Well, exactly when were you injured? It's been almost 6 months since I was hurt. I injured my legs during practice. 6 months ago? What in the world went on at this circus then? I stopped by yesterday and noticed that you weren't in your room. I was at the hospital all day yesterday. Ah, you were there for rehabilitation. What about the murder? Of course I knew about it. I spoke with the police before they allowed me to go to the hospital. Where I got the call from the prosecutor, I was convinced that it was all a dream. I just couldn't believe it when I saw what I saw. What you saw? Jeez, that sounded really ominous. What did you see, Acro? That night, I was in bed sleeping when I heard a huge sound coming from below my window. See, the scene of the crime was right below your window. That's when I looked out the window. What did you see? He was flying straight up in the air. He? Maximilian Galactica. What? That's what I thought he'd say. You're absolutely positive that it was Max you saw flying. I'm absolutely sure. There's no doubt in my mind. Nick? I've got a bad feeling about this. Nick, wonderful. Today's special must be Filet-O-Phoenix. Stay, heal. Oh, Maya, Nick, it's you guys. I'm sorry, I guess I made a mistake. A mistake? Yeah, a little one. I was thinking of teaching whatever primate was out there a lesson. I was expecting more of a monkey than a human. A monkey? It's a pity about what happened to the ringmaster. Dad? Everyone loved him, didn't they? It must have been quite a man. He was. I loved my dad so much. I hate to say it, but she doesn't seem all that broken up about her father. That's why I feel so lonely. Now that I won't be able to see him for a while. For a while? Yeah, when Leon died, I talked with my dad and he told me that when someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. A star? That means that my dad is looking down at me from the sky. That's why I love the night so much. I can see everyone who's gone. When someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. That's kind of sweet. But I bet you there's no way that Maya believes that. What do you mean there's no way I believe that? Think that one day I'll be a star too? Of course. You really think so? Yeah, you will, I think. I got a feeling that everyone is doing great up there in the sky. I wonder if everything's alright with Regina. Just to go back and clear something up, why'd you want to teach Money a lesson? Because he's a meanie. He got something that means a lot to me. something that means a lot. It must be something shiny, right? Actually, it's a stage costume. It's got lots of spangles. It's really beautiful. You should see it. We should? When the costume gets hit by the spotlight, it dazzles. Hey, Mr. Attorney, if you saw that monkey, you'd get my costume back for me, wouldn't you? It's really important to me. Leave it all up to us. Guess there's no turning down that request. You really gonna do it? Regina, have you ever seen this before? I know what this is. Really? Well, it was in my pocket for a while. It was in your pocket, this piece of paper. I guess I noticed it was in there around breakfast time. Breakfast? Yeah, I always take Acro as breakfast in the morning. That's when I also take out the trash in his room. Then I go to the cafeteria and I eat my own breakfast. Then that's when you realize this piece of paper was in your pocket. Yep, but since I'm not a murderer, I just figured it belonged in someone else's pocket. And then what? I wondered if the person who lost it was in trouble, so... You didn't put it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria, did you? I did. I stuck it up there. How'd you know? So it was Regina who put it up there. When did this happen? The morning of the murder, I think? That explains a lot. I wonder who wrote this. That's Pepper, isn't it? From the cafeteria? It's from the cafeteria. It's not? I remember seeing it in there. So, this was the cafeteria's Pepper. You know, I'm not a big fan of Pepper. Mo's not here. What's that? I hear something. Stop it, Nick. You're scaring me. Nick, it's money. That monkey's holding something. That's it. That's the thing that means a lot to Regina, remember? Alright, time to take on the monkey attorney style. Give it back, monkey brain. It means a lot to Regina. A real man wouldn't make a girl cry. Tried to have a man-to-man talk with him. I really did. You know, man-to-man isn't really accurate. It's more like man-to-monkey. Nick, I swiped it while Money was distracted. You're really on the ball today, Nick. Let me see it. Let me see it. You'd see it fine from where you are. You know what I mean? I really want to try on Regina's costume. Maybe then they'll take you in the circus and I can get some peace and quiet. What's the matter now? It doesn't fit me at all. Oh well, guess it's time for you to lay off the burgers. Not to mention, it doesn't look like something any girl I know would actually wear. Here you go, Regina. Thank you. You really got it back for me? Don't mention it. I love you, Mr. Attorney. It's nothing. No wonder guys melt and mush in front of this girl. Hey, Regina, that costume is yours, right? I tried it on, but it doesn't fit me. This costume, this isn't mine. It was Leon's. You know, the lion she told us about? Oh, the one that someone killed. Leon, he was killed, wasn't he? That's right, my dad killed him. Why? Well, Leon did something really bad during practice. Leon was sitting down and then he opened his mouth, you know. Uh-huh. Usually when he did that, I would put my head into his mouth. Uh-huh. Wait, you put your head into a lion's mouth? Sure did. The people in the crowd always loved seeing me do that. They'd always start screaming. Sure they were screaming because they loved seeing you do that? Anyways. What was that bad thing? Oh yeah, Leon bit someone during practice. Ow. Welcome in, friend. How's it going? No, it wasn't alright. That was the problem. My dad was incredibly angry. And that's when Leon... Yeah, that's when he became a star in the sky. Poor thing. Good. I'm glad your evening's going well. No, it can't be Mo. Wait, I know what it is. It's burgers. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Bistro du Cirque, aka the cafeteria. It smells so good in here, and those burgers look great. She's drooling like she's some sort of crazy burger monster. My burgers are the best. Juicy meat, toasted buns, special sauce. Absolutely irresistible to anyone with a hankering for burger. One bite will send you to the hamburger heaven. I bet I can tell by the smell. I'm getting hungry too. Those burgers must have some kind of special power. Now that the ringmaster is gone, what are you gonna do? That's all I've thought about the past 2 days. Everyone loved Russell. Heard Acro's story, haven't you? Like how he was adopted when he was younger? He's calmed down a bit now, but he was livid when he heard about the murder. Acro was so upset that he said he couldn't go on. He was that upset? Yes, he was. Anyway, I gave it some thought. Maybe I should give up on trying to be a half-baked clown. I've been thinking of trying to own the ringmaster's shoes. What? Really? Max would still be an issue, though. Max? He may be a bit mean and hard to work with, but it's hard to argue his importance. He's probably the reason the circus is still around. A lot of what he says is right. No. All that's left is to see if anyone can get over the tragedy. You know, the tragedy? What's he talking about? Get over what tragedy, Mo? Huh? Don't worry about it. It's nothing at all. You must mean the tragic death of the ringmaster, right? Yes, that's it. You're right, girlie. Dang, dang, dang. Correctamundo. Doesn't he mean ding? Well, I mean no disrespect here, but are you lying to us? No, not at all. What makes you think that? It's the way you said if everyone get over the tragedy seemed a bit strange. It sounded like you were talking about something from a long time ago. Mo, I'm right, aren't I? So now we're getting closer to the truth. It's about 6 months ago. It's just a little accident. Give me a break. Old men have accidents. I wear big pants for a reason. 6 months ago, huh? Well, please tell us what happened 6 months ago. What in the world went on at the circus? Okay. There's no need to look so scary when you ask me. Hey, look over there, some juicy burgers. Let's eat instead. Unfortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich man myself. Actually, I've kind of got an idea of what happened back then. Well, you said something about an accident. This wouldn't happen to be the cause of that accident, would it? Heard a little bit about it from Regina. Leon made a mistake during practice, right? How did you... I told them so many times you shouldn't be doing such dangerous acts. Like putting her head inside Leon's mouth, right? Yeah, but Regina believed in Leon. She believed so strongly that the ringmaster went along. He could never say no to her. Out of curiosity, who was bitten? Come on, Mo, don't clam up me now. Who did Leon bite on the head? Well, I promised I wouldn't say anything. You promised? He's involved in this too. He's involved? Mo must be talking about Mo. Is this the person that you promised you wouldn't say anything? It must have been Acro, right? How'd you know? Don't worry about that, Mo. Getting to the bottom of this accident may help solve what happened to the ringmaster. No way. I need to know the truth about what happened to Russell. Please tell me what you know. Sorry, Acro. Just like you said, you know, the accident. Did someone die? No, but it probably would have been better if he had. What? How would that have been better? He's still alive, but when he got bit, he suffered massive brain damage. He'll never recover from the coma that he's in. Coma? All he does now is lie in his bed at the hospital. That's all he's ever going to be able to do. I see. How is he related to Acro? He's his brother. Huh? The person who got bit was Acro's brother. Brother? They were an acrobat team of brothers, Acro and Bat. Cute nicknames, I thought. Anyway, they were an incredible team, cut down together in their prime. Who is Akra's younger brother? Sean Tingling, but everyone always just called him Bat. He fell in love with Regina, trying to win her love was his downfall. Everyone seems to fall in love with Regina. 6 months ago, while we were practicing, all of a sudden Bat points out, "Let me perform with Leon." Why'd he do that? I don't know, but that's what caused the accident. I'll never forget that moment. It was so strange. Leon had the weirdest look on his face. He was smiling. You mean Leon? Yes, Leon. When he bit down, he was smiling. Some sick grin. No way, that's impossible. A smirking lion, a flying murderer? Why does it skip sometimes? Nick, can lions smile? We never told the police about the incident. The circus would have been shut down if we had. The next day, the ringmaster took Leon out and shot him with a rifle. So that's what really happened. Well, you guys are serious, so serious. What was I supposed to do? I had to tell you. But all this truthfulness has put me in a mood for a burger. Here, you two have some pepper. There he goes again, acting like his normal crazy self. Nice, what a wonderful sneeze. You think so? You sneeze with pepper and slip on a banana peel, that's basic clownsmanship. Girlie, I know you gotta understand that. Nick, I think I'd make a good clown. Other than Regina, I've never seen a cuter sneezer. Does Regina sneeze with pepper too? She does. Bat would always tease her with pepper. Bat? From my point of view, those two always look so perfect together. They look perfect together, huh? Ah, Mr. Wright, back again I see. Well, he did say I'll be back. Wait, or was that someone else? We're back because Akra said his legs were injured. He was hurt in the accident 6 months ago. It seems that he knows that we know. Well, it seems you've got things you want to talk about, so fire away. I have to ask you, how were you injured? I'm sorry, I thought we talked about this. It was an accident that happened during practice. An accident during practice? Yes, unfortunately, acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries. He's lying. If that were the real cause, he'd have no reason to keep it secret. Acro, are you really telling me that a practice accident was the cause of your injury? Leon, 6 months ago you were attacked by the lion. That's when you were injured. I know I'm on the right track. I just need to keep going. You're saying that I was attacked by a lion? That's what I'm saying. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'm an acrobat. I'm no animal tamer. If a lion was coming at me, I'd be running for the exit. Okay, maybe attacked is not the best word to be using, so let me rephrase that as battled the lion. You seem to enjoy telling jokes. Why would I decide to battle a lion? Because you had to fight it. You had to fight to save someone. It was a shame what happened to your brother 6 months ago. You tried to save him, didn't you? And that's how you got that terrible injury. Mo, he must have told you. Yeah, we learned about Bat from Mo. But he didn't mention anything about you in regards to the accident. Suppose it was just a slip of the tongue on his part. That's how I figured it out. A slip of the tongue. Anyways, there was an incredible team cut down together in their prime. Cut down together. That was where he slipped, and that's how I figured it out. You two ended up at the center of the same accident together, like always. See, but an accident is an accident. It wasn't anyone's fault. Someone broke an Akra's last Cyclops. It must be one of the incredibly deep-seated secret. It wasn't anyone's fault. Do you care to explain more? Acro, I know you're still hiding something from me. Maybe someone you don't seem to like much is the reason you're being evasive? Regina. You always seemed calm and collected until you start talking about her, saying things like she is cruel. Well done, Mr. Attorney. You've got quite the set of eagle eyes. You know, her tiger tried to attack me. Regent tried to attack you? Twice. He wasn't serious, I'm sure. You're not trying to insinuate that I believe she spurred on Leon to attack Bat, are you? Leon was never taught a command to attack people. Regina isn't capable of doing anything like that. Besides, Regina had no reason to want to hurt my little brother. Regina and Bat were such a good friends back then. But you still hate Regina. I've got proof of it. What? What are you talking about? Oh, maybe I overdid it again, but if I can hand something over to Acro, maybe it'll... Here's proof that you had it out for Regina all along. Where did you get this? Regina posted it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria. Before that, it was in her pocket. I guess I noticed it was in there around breakfast time. I always take Acro as breakfast in the morning. You wrote this and then you put it in her pocket. That's right, isn't it? That's right. Well done, Mr. Wright. My legs were injured by Leon 6 months ago. My younger brother, Bat, he had a dare with Regina. A dare? An absurd dare. If I can put my head inside of Leon's mouth like you do, you have to go to the movies with me on a date. That's insane. Didn't he know how dangerous that is? We all thought he was being stupid too, but that lion was very old to begin with, and he in age brought with countless experience in doing that very trick. Unfortunately, this particular time, I guess Leon wasn't ready or willing, and that's when the accident happened. He just wanted to take her out to the movies. Poor Bat. When Leon chomped down, I jumped toward him. Then Leon attacked me, and that's how I ended up. What about Bat? He's still in a coma. I went to the hospital yesterday to visit him. I see. I'm still waiting for him to open his eyes again, and that's the reason why I keep going. Bat and Regina, they were such great friends. Oh yeah, I wanted you to take a look at this. What is it? This is a scarf my brother was wearing when Leon attacked him. Gross, it's covered in blood. This scarf, it was a present from Regina to my brother on the day of the accident. When he did it, it looked like he was smiling. He? Leon, obviously. I bit down on Bat's head. The expression on Leon's face looked like a grin. Nick, I know, Mo said the same thing. What do you think it all means? I'll be taking that scarf if you don't mind. Miss Von Karma? I've already heard everything, so hand over the scarf. But the scarf is evidence in the trial. That is for me to decide. I think we should begin our preparations now, Acro. Preparations? I've served a summons to Acro to appear in court tomorrow as a witness. Acro, we'll talk more at the prosecutor's office. Acro, a witness? Come, Acro, let's go to the office. Yes, ma'am. Now what do we do, Nick? How are we going to handle tomorrow? Don't worry about it, I'll figure something out. Look at you all full of confidence. You must have found something you can use. All beginning to come together now. Good morning, Max. Oh, yes, good morning, sweeties. You don't seem like your usual sparkling self today. I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. I'm working up to it. Don't get nervous, Maxie. Here, have a glass of milk. Regina! How fabulous, my sweetie pie princess. Came to watch my performance today? Of course I did. Mo told me that I should come and watch this. Mo said that? So, what kind of performance will you put on today? Let me guess, you'll fly at the end? It's not that kind of show, isn't that right, my sweeties? I think my sweetie pie princess doesn't... Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on or even where she is. Well, Max, it looks like it's time to raise the curtain. I'll see you later. Today, I'm just a member of the audience. Fabulous. Enjoy yourself out there. Good luck, Max. You're the best. Gina's different, don't you think? Top of the morning to you. Everybody, let's get ready to get stuck in legal limbo. How low can you go? Well, top of the morning to you, Governor. Top of the morning? That's the ticket attack, and the day starts with the energy in the morning. The early bird gets the worm, but then again, worms lack higher brain function. Here, Max, I brought you a present. Have some milk. Oh my, thanks. How are you today, right? Well, I've got the feeling that today I'm gonna face off against a real culprit. You mean Acro? Huh? You think he did it? Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line, literally. He's got guts to spare. All I gotta worry about is how thin the type rope is. I'm used to it already. Just means that I won't be able to press him like I can other witnesses. What are you gonna do then, Nick? Guess today we'll just have to do without our usual psychological warfare. Today we'll rely on evidence. It's the only way we'll get past Acro and to the truth. You're right, but it's gonna be tough. Anyways, I want you to make sure that Regina sees it all today. It's important. Then she'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father. You want us to make sure Regina watches? Yes, that's why I brought her here to court today. What's that supposed to mean? She needs to know that when people die, they don't just become stars. I may be an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe in people becoming stars. Court is now in session for the trial of Maximilian Galactica. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, Miss Von Karma, you may proceed with your case. The prosecution would like to revise its previous theory of events. What's the meaning of this? We have discovered a new witness, or shall I say a new eyewitness. None that saw Maximilian Galactica fly from the scene of the crime. Order! I had a feeling something like this would come up. Due to this revision, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night, an explanation the prosecution will present if the need so arises. In fact, my detective stayed up all night creating a mock-up of the scene on my orders. Poor Gumshoe. Very well, please call your witness to the stand. Time to get to work, or shall I sit down and walk the courtroom tightrope? Name and occupation? Ken Dingling, but everyone just calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat at the very big circus. Where were you the night of the crime? I was in my room that night. If you look at the map, you will see the witness's room is near the crime scene. My room is on the 3rd floor. The crime scene is below my window. The night of the crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Would you tell us what you witnessed? Okay. Okay. It was just after 10 p.m. and I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Then a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica, but I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. This witness testimony matches up exactly with that of the clown. If that is the case, there's very little the prosecution need add. All that's left is to explain how the defendant disappeared into the sky that night. Before we get that far, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. A foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. A man must know the proper timing for things, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Just like your old friend Mr. Miles Edgeworth did. Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with the witness's testimony? In the words of Miss Von Karma, may I quote yesterday's proceedings? There's no way that actually happened. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. The light in your room was turned off then, right? That's true. I was going to bed after all. So with the lights off, you were still able to clearly see a human fly by your window? The safety lights looked up enough for us to see, but honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Did you see any of the other symbols? I clearly saw the silk hat, as well as the cloak wrapped around his body. I'm convinced that the person I saw was Max Galactica. The more I pressed, the less results I seemed to get, but maybe there was something fishy with this latest bit of testimony. There is a huge contradiction with the testimony that was just given. If there's a contradiction, then prove it with evidence. She's right, let's see some evidence. Do you have any evidence to support your claim of a contradiction? You claim to have seen the exact same thing Mo saw that night. Do you stand by that? What do you mean? The silk hat. What about the silk hat? I saw it on Max's head as he flew by my window. Well, you should have tried looking down out of your window that night. Oh, it would have been quite difficult considering the state that I'm in. Just looking outside the window was a tough enough challenge for me. That's a shame because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the scene. That's the ringmaster's hat, right? Afraid not. No matter how you look at it, this is Max's silk hat. Why would he... Okay. Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Max has two silk hats? No, this is handmade, one-of-a-kind model made only for Maximilian Galactica, which means, Acro, that you've been fibbing on the stand. Order. As always, it looks like someone just had to open their mouth before thinking. You okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth and now I have to back it up. How about it, Mr. Wright? What would cause this witness to commit perjury in this court today? Your Honor, on this occasion, the defense accuses Acro himself. On this occasion? Accuses Acro? What in the world are you accusing him of? Obviously, we accuse him of the murder of Mr. Russell Berry. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious, Your Honor. To think the trips in the circus have served you well. You seem to have learned how to grab an audience's hearts and minds. Your Honor, don't allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Trying to wow the crowd with smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book. Really? If you don't believe me, just look at the witness. He's calm enough for it to almost be scary. He is staying rather calm and collected. Mr. Dingling, do you have any response to the defense's accusations? I don't really need to say a thing, do I? What do you mean? Everyone, take a good look at me. I can't even stand up by myself, let alone leave the lodging house. That's true. I understand that Mr. Wright is just trying to help his client, but to do this by accusing me of a murder of all things... See, even a sliver of common sense makes it clear the accusation is ludicrous. She's right, way to pick on the disabled, you heartless, cruel man. Phoenix has a poopy head. See that, Mr. Phoenix, right? Why does it skip it sometimes? I think that enough of this little game. I've got a doctor's note to confirm that Acro is unable to stand under his own power. Maybe the defense is planning on making a claim to counter this as well? I can hear the defense now. Acro had an accomplice. What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice? Now then, this must be where we get to hear the name of the mystery accomplice. Not this time, Von Karma. What? You're not gonna sucker me into this one. What are you blabbering about, Mr. Wright? There was no accomplice. Acro planned and committed this murder all by himself. Order? What are you getting at? Way to keep them on their toes, Nick. Now I'm going to have to prove how it all fits together. I have to show how Acro murdered Russell Berry. Can you do it? Can you really do that? I know what I can't do. I can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed. Alright, then let's do it. Mr. Phoenix Wright, if this witness is the killer, then his eyewitness account is all lies, right? Mr. Wright, I'd like you to clear up something for me. When the crime was committed, exactly where was Mr. Dingling? He was obviously here the entire time. That's Acro's room? Pretty simple, huh? Acro wasn't able to leave the lodging house by himself. In that case, there can only be one correct answer. Acro didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster. What? Are you nuts? What say you, Mr. Dingley? It's an interesting theory. That's it? Considering that what you propose is impossible, yes, that's it. Mr. Wright? As the witnesses stated, your assertion is impossible. As he was in a wheelchair, there's no way he could go to the scene or be the killer. You've got a point. Seems you've forgotten once again, Mr. Wright. The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene of the crime. It's true. Mo said that he saw Max, didn't he? But Maya, it's still impossible for humans to fly. Do you mind if I ask you a question, Mr. Wright? What is it? I understand some of your logic. However, how do you think that I killed him? If I can't leave my room, I obviously couldn't wear Max's costume. How did he do it? That's the next course of this legal buffet. Careful, Nick, if you mess up here. She's right, I can't mess up here. I've got to give this one some serious thought. I'm sure Acro killed the ringmaster. He did it when I was in his room, no doubt about that. Time to enlighten us how the Mr. Dingley committed the crime, Mr. Wright. I'm going to present some evidence. So what did Mr. Dingley use to commit the crime of murder against Russell Berry? I think you should try again, especially before someone gets the chance to say something. Wait. Oh. I actually fucked up. What the? Oh, did I choose the wrong photo? What's that? A picture? It is indeed. The problem is with the item that's shown in the picture. The bust, it's quite large bust, and it's because it's very life-size, it's also very, very heavy. Heavy? Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death, especially if it was dropped from a third-story window. See, this is how Acro was able to kill the ringmaster, with the force of gravity and Maximilian Galactica's ample bust. Hell yeah. Order, order! So you're saying the bust fell onto the ringmaster? A rather simple crime. Even if I were stuck in a wheelchair, it'd be incredibly easy to commit. How could you possibly wheel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible. Well, Acro's an acrobat. He should have more than enough upper body strength. Mr. Dingley, how do you respond to these charges? Well, Acro's at a loss for words. Should be. He knows that I'm getting close to the truth. Well, 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 Acro, you can't run away from... I'd watch what you say if I were you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? Your Honor, the physical health of the witness is material to this case. I demand that we get a proper testimony from the witness himself. Testimony? Von Karma? Just use this testimony as a ruse to stall for time. There's absolutely no need for such testimony. The defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has the right to respond. The defense's objection is overruled. Why can't he see my things once in a while? Mr. Dingley, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubts about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony. The witness will have no problems. However, let's all be respectful towards him. Thank you. A woman will sink to any low to win a case. I suppose I could have lifted something the size of that bust. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. However, lifting the bust and looking out of the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. It makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head. Thus, it would have been unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him, don't you think? I have no doubts in regards to this witness's testimony. It was impossible for him to lift the bust and stick himself out far enough to look, not to mention that he could not have known the location of the ringmaster's head. A single false step would have led to even more severe injuries. That's what I was thinking. What is your opinion on the matter, Mr. Wright? I'd still like to proceed with my cross-examination. He's simply stalling. It is shameful, really. Can't let her get to me. I've got to focus. Acro, you didn't really need to lean out of the window, did you? What are you driving at, Mr. Wright? You already knew ahead of time where the ringmaster's head was going to be. Quite precisely, I might add. You silly hinting at this pointless, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Enough stalling! How about you show us some evidence? But I did such a good job hinting. Yes. Hurry up and explain things, Mr. Wright. Maybe you should take a look at this. The key point here is the wooden box. The same wooden box the victim found hunched over? The same. The question is, who placed the wooden box here? Who? When Ben and the company saw the ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box, which means that this wooden box was already placed at the scene of the crime. I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense. The moment that the bus came falling down was exactly the same moment that the ringmaster lifted up this wooden box. Which means that the answer to all these questions is now crystal clear. You mean, if the bus were to fall upon the point marked out by the wooden box, there would be no way that it could miss the head of the victim? No. Order? This is unbelievable. Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now I just gotta keep going, and there's only one way from here, forward. So the next question I have is, who placed the wooden box at the scene? It was Mr. Dingling, of course. He connected it to a rope, and then all he had to do was lower it down. Allow me to whip some Mr. Phoenix Wright. The ringmaster's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box. That's why the box was so specially made. Specially made? Indeed, it had the most peculiar feature. The box has a remarkable weight. According to the court record, it weighs 20 pounds. Just to lift up this wooden box would have required... Oh, I see. One would have to squat down and lift it up with their body, wouldn't you say? That's exactly what I was trying to point out. The box is also very large. The box also has carrying handles on either side, doesn't it? That's correct. To lift the box, you'd have to squat down. Which means that no matter who you are, your head would be in approximately the same place. Does he even bother to listen to me anymore? I've heard what you had to say. I must admit, I'm shocked at your imaginative skills. You do? Did you do it? Did you place this wooden box in the plaza? Mr. Wright may have a vivid imagination, but I could never have done what he's proposing. What? Mr. Wright, do you recall the original location of Max's bust? I kind of forget. Nick, don't tell me you're losing your memory already. No, let's not get carried away. Hey, stick out your head a little. I've got just the thing, a Maya kick. Enough of that. No horseplay in this courtroom, and no kicking the defense attorney. According to the court record, the bus disappeared from the cafeteria. I'd like you to remember one important fact, Mr. Wright. I could not possibly leave the lodging house by myself. That means you understand what I mean, don't you? I may very well have been able to drop the bus from my room. However, how would I have gotten the bus from the cafeteria to my room? You see, Mr. Phoenix Wright, explain that. Don't forget, you said there was no accomplice. Tell us exactly how the witness would have carried the bust from the cafeteria. Yep, we definitely have a problem here, but this is no place to get perplexed. I've got to get my wits about me and prove how things happen once and for all. Alright, Mr. Wright, let's hear your explanation. How did the witness get the bus from the cafeteria back to his room? A monkey? Everyone knows money, and he loves shiny objects of any size. Oh, like when he stole the ventriloquist's ring. So, are you saying that the witness had a monkey steal the bust? Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on his own and then brought it back home. Home? Money lives in Acro's room. Acro's room? But the bust was bronze, wasn't it? Bronze isn't all that shiny. Maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record. My, those are some very nice cards he's holding. Yes, and they're made of platinum, which is very shiny. Acro? Money is a strong monkey, right? It'd be easy for him to bring the bust back to your room. If he wasn't able to handle that himself, I'd be on the market for a new roommate. I said order. Miss Von Karma, where is the bust in question at this moment? I don't know. We're searching for it as we speak. This is a rather strange turn of events, but let's say the monkey had not stolen the bust. What would have happened then? Well, in that event, something else would have been used as the murder weapon. Wait. Do you mean this bust was the murder weapon purely by accident? It's possible. Maybe Acro saw Money's mountain of stolen goods and thought to use one of them. Anyways, I think we've made more than proven one critical fact. Namely, that it was entirely possible for that Acro was the murderer. Moron. Mr. Wright's argument was so circular and still a bit dizzy. However, his argument does hold water. There's no denying that. Don't seem so flamboozled, especially by this fraud of an attorney. Fraud? You've forgotten the absolute most important thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And what is that? You should know. You forgot that your fraud of a magical client was spotted at the scene of the crime. There's no reason to doubt the clown's testimony. That's true. How do you respond to that, Mr. Wright? Nick, don't let her beat you now. I won't. This is my chance to turn this trial around. When the murder occurred, there were two people at the scene of the crime. One was the victim, Russell Berry, and the other was the murderer himself. Answer this and only this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Who was the murderer the clown saw? He saw Max's I asked who was the other person Mo saw on the scene. That evidence has nothing to do with the question. Au contraire, mon frere, it does indeed have something to do with the question. Mo said that he saw Max's silhouette. But he did not actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw. How is that possible? It's simple, really. What Mo actually saw that night was Max's bust. What are you talking about? Have you tried using your brain at all in this case? The silhouette he saw was wearing a cloak. There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to a bust. It would be easy to hang off one of the cards on the bust's hands. Idiot, who in their right mind to put a cloak on a bust? Doesn't matter who put it on the bust. Just wait a minute now, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? That question is of the utmost importance in this case, don't you agree? Ah, he caught me. Let's have it. Who put the cloak on the bust? No, fool, him? You're saying it was the victim himself? That's what I'm saying. The victim himself placed the cloak on the bust. Place the cloak isn't really the right way of putting it? Then what would be the right way of putting it, Mr. Wright? Explain yourself. Nick, do you really have a handle on all this? I'm fine, Maya. I'm finally putting all the pieces together. There's really only one picture I can paint anyway. Alright, so you want to know what really happened that night. Step back in time. Acro used the rope to lower the wooden box onto the scene. Then he attached that rope to the bust, and dangled the bust out of his bedroom window directly above the wooden box. At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room and went to the scene. Of course, at the time the ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. But just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance of the lodging house by none other than a ventriloquist and his puppet Ben and Trilo. When the ringmaster arrived at the scene, he bent over to lift the wooden box, and that's when Acro took his chance and released the rope. Now this is when the magic happens. At the very instant that the bus hit the victim, You just wait a second there, Mr. Phoenix, right? As much as you try, as much as you scheme, this can't be true. Can't be. Still a little early to be getting so upset, Ms. Von Karma. This circus isn't over yet. What? The impact of the bust on the victim threw the cloak up, which snagged onto the bust. That impact also caused the sound a certain witness heard, prompting him to take a look. That witness was, of course, Lawrence Moe Curls, the clown. When Moe looked out his window, the cloak had already snagged onto the bust. Now, having completed the crime, Acro naturally went about following up the murder weapon. Of course, he had no idea that Moe saw the bust being raised and the cloak dangling on it, primarily because, in his wheelchair, he couldn't see out his window, so he just kept pulling the bust up. That's how the magical murderer disappeared into the sky came to be. So you see, the only person who could have pulled this off is the one person who was able to drop the murder weapon from above the crime scene. Acro, it could have only been you. Acro's been playing mind games with all of us. Sure has, but he has come to the end of his rope now. So, what now? You've graced us with a rather long-winded tale. But do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true? Evidence? In this court, only two things matter, the power of evidence and the power of my wit. Don't forget the power of my gavel. Mr. Wright, the prosecution brings up a good point. Can we see some evidence? They say they want evidence. I just explained how there can only be one possible murder method, but there's still something unusual about Moe's eyewitness's account. Contradiction, actually. Present some evidence to the court that backs up your claim. I want hard proof that you have unraveled the trick to this magic case. The problem is Max's three symbols, you know, the silk hat, the cloak, and the white roses. Those symbols were a problem numerous times during yesterday's proceedings. Yesterday there were two contradictions in Moe's testimony. The silk hat was one, the white roses were the other. But the theory I just presented explains all of these contradictions. You fool, do you ever shut up? Max's silk hat was found at the scene of the crime. However, remember what Moe said yesterday. He testified that the criminal was fleeing the scene wearing a silk hat. There's only one explanation for that. The silk hat that Moe saw was actually the bust. Makes sense. If you look at it that way, then he did see the silk hat. Well, sort of. Fine, you've got one, but what about the other? The other contradiction? Remember what that ventriloquist said in court? He said that he witnessed white roses on Max's chest that night. But the clown's testimony doesn't match. The clown said that there were no white roses. I'd like to see you try and explain that one away. Can you do it? Of course, I can explain all of it. What was that? Please recall the incident when the cloak snagged onto the bust. If the cloak snagged onto the bust, what happened to the white roses? Do you get it? If the cloak got snagged onto the front of the bust, it means that the white roses would end up on the back. Which explains why Moe didn't see them. The white roses were not visible because they were on the back side of the bust. Order! Order! This is quite the shocking state of affairs. Mr. Wright's theory still sounds a bit absurd. However, let's keep going down this road for a while and see where it leads. See this, Nick? Maybe then Von Karma will finally throw in the towel. Well, so much for that theory. Mr. Wright, do you mind? What is it? You took the time to research our circus, didn't you? Well, yes, I did. Is there something making you think that I didn't? If you did, then maybe you'll understand why I think you're off track. Why is that? Motive. This witness feels incredible debt of gratitude towards the ringmaster. Anyone with any relation to the circus is well aware of this. Thus, there is absolutely no way someone like this would kill the ringmaster. Your Honor, I'd like you to hear Acro's story. Learn about his relationship with the ringmaster and his life up until now. What do we do? There's no doubting that Acro deeply respected the ringmaster. Acro's motive, However, I feel this is a good place to take a break. I will listen to the rest of Mr. Dingley's testimony after recess. This court will take a 10 minutes. I can't believe it. Acro? Pretty shocking, isn't it? Definitely is, and to think he was always the most straightforward of the group. Jeebus, and I'm that hated? Acro tried to pin the murder on you on purpose. He did... But I'm nothing but a little nobody, you know? But you're not, which is kind of the reason why... Hey, you're gonna ignore me after I went all this trouble to bring you some evidence? Detective Gumshoe? Forget it, I'm getting home. This guy deserves to be guilty anyway. Now, Detective, I'm sorry, look, why don't you relax a little? I've got some really tasty milk. How about a card trick, Detective? Oh, well, if you insist. Now, about that evidence you mentioned, what is it? Here you go. Huh? That was this yesterday in Acro's room. Yep, and I've included forensic results. Take a look at it later. Won't Miss Von Karma be mad that you're doing this? That's why this is all a secret. Look, details are on a need-to-know basis, and we're not really allies or anything, but everything that's happened in court up until now has gone according to our plan. I don't know, Miss Von Karma didn't seem in control of things in there just now. You'll figure it out eventually, pal. Yesterday, our final plans were set in motion. Final plans? Uh-huh, that reminds me, I got a message from the prosecutor for you. Nothing is ever truly decided until the very end. That's it. And that's it for me too, pal. I'm out of here. What did he mean by that very end part? I'm not sure. It's pretty oh, one more thing. It looks like there's a large care package from the circus for the defendant. What? For me? It's milk. The reception area looks like some kind of dairy. So hurry up and drink it all before it spoils. The entire dairy's worth of milk for me? Court is now back in session. Miss Von Karma, please continue from where you left off. I'd like to continue with Acro's testimony, starting with his relationship to the victim. I'd also like to get proof from the defense, proof of what kind of motive Acro would have had to commit this crime. Understood. Now, Mr. Dingling? Yes, Your Honor. Please proceed with your testimony. Well, let me get to the motive. Wait, Nick, are you okay? Just do me a favor, don't ask questions you don't want answers to. When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. That's when the ringmaster of the very big circus, Russell, took us in. Became an acrobat at around 9 years old. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life. Such a thoughtful young man. As you heard, the witness deeply respected the victim. I wonder how anyone could think that Acro would kill the man he held in such esteem. You're absolutely right. How could anyone think that, Mr. Wright? Which is why there's no real need for a cross-examination, is there? Actually, that's the question I'm trying to answer myself. Why would Acro kill the ringmaster? Might be the last chance to answer that question. There's no need to cross-examine this witness. What's that? Why was the ringmaster murdered? There's no need to delve into that bit of the testimony when I already know the answer. Mr. Wright, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead, Your Honor. I would just like to know, can you provide an explanation as to why Acro would want the ringmaster dead? Nick. Yeah, I didn't even have a think about it. It was obvious from the start. Your Honor, the reason that Acro killed the Ringmaster is something that can't be proven. What? That's because Acro had no reason to kill the Ringmaster at all. Your foolish attempts to fool us like foolish fools is so foolhardily foolish. Did you forget you made an accusation against this witness, did you not? I believe this is the real killer of the Russell Berry Ringmaster. If you want to jump to the end of things, then yes, that sounds about right. To the end of things. Acro, you didn't plan to kill the Ringmaster at all, did you? The Ringmaster wasn't your target that night. What did you just say? I'm saying that the target of this witness's murderous plot was not the Ringmaster. Because it was never his intention to kill Russell Berry to begin with. What? Order, bailiff. I don't care who it is. Smack anyone who's loud in the face twice if you must. Mr. Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to my court? Mr. Phoenix Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to his court? Are you attempting to imply that Acro is trying to kill someone else? Regina? This young girl is the Ringmaster's daughter, correct? Acro, you were really aiming for her that night, weren't you? You don't need to answer it. It's a mean-spirited leading question. He could easily answer this question. If I'm wrong, all he has to say is you're wrong. That's it. That's it, huh, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Enough. Mr. Wright, allow me to... The only thing allowed to interrupt me is death itself. And that goes for you too, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Show me evidence now. I want to know why Acro would want to kill Regina Berry. Yes, me too. I demand to see some proof. Present evidence that proves Acro was out to kill this young girl. Acro, you remember this, don't you? It's a piece of paper that we found inside the Ringmaster's tailcoat. Inside the victim's tailcoat? Acro wrote this note, and it's ironically titled, To the Murderer. Its purpose was to call someone to the plaza at 10 p.m. So you're saying that he called Russell Berry with that note? Yes, but there's just one little problem. Acro did indeed place this note into someone's pocket. However, that someone was not the Ringmaster. You mean it wasn't for the... It's exactly what I mean. The person that note was intended for was none other than Regina Berry. Order! Order! Mr. Wright, this little theory of yours is the truth, Your Honor. Isn't a theory. Goodbye, MatPat. Simply put, Regina didn't think the note was meant for her, which is why, the morning of the crime, she placed it in the cafeteria bulletin board. That's when her father, the Ringmaster, saw the note? That's correct. The Ringmaster ended up at that plaza instead of Regina. And he was killed because of that mistake instead of Regina. That's incredible. Remember the testimony that Acro gave us earlier today. Lifting the bust and looking out of the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. Or to do that, I'd end up falling out of the window myself. Acro had no idea who it was that arrived in the plaza because he couldn't look down out of the window to see who it actually was. I've got it. Acro thought it was Regina down in the plaza, and that's when he let the bus fly. Hey, Nick, isn't Regina listening to all of this from the audience? She is. Unfortunately, it's only going to get harsher from here. I hope Regina can handle it. Acro wrote this note to Regina? Foolishly foolish fool. You're so foolish you've even made me sound like a foolhardy fool. Very well, Mr. Phoenix Wright, if you're so sure, then tell us about this line. I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Yes, what about that line? Well, if the note was meant for Regina Berry, it would mean that this note is declaring that Regina Berry is a murderer. You just don't get it, do you? What? What did you just say? The Ringmaster knew what the note meant, which is why he went to the plaza in place of his lovely daughter. Hold it right there, Mr. Wright. What is this incident that is all alluded to in the note? The incident 6 months ago. An incident occurred 6 months ago, and now I'm more than ready to show this court what happened at that time. Moron. Wait, are you sure that it relates to the present case? It does indeed, Your Honor. Everything in this case has its... Everything in this case has its start in what happened 6 months ago. Really, Nick? I don't know why my controller keeps disconnecting. I think so. Well then, if that's the case, hurry up and tell us about it. What is this conclusive evidence mentioned in the note? I'd certainly like to know what it is. What kind of spicy joke is this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? It isn't a joke at all. It's the decisive evidence you asked for. What do you mean? Recall that the victim was trying to take the wooden box away with him. He was doing so because this piece of decisive evidence is what was inside. Another unbelievable conclusion. Very well, Mr. Wright, so what exactly are you saying? Are you claiming Regina killed someone with a small bottle of pepper? Taking the note into account, that's the only logical conclusion you can draw. Foolishly fool who never tires of his own foolish ways. So sure, Mr. Phoenix Wright, that answered this question. Who was Regina Berry's intended victim? Who is this? That's Acro's younger brother. What does this prove? His younger brother isn't dead. Technically, that's true. However, Bat has been in a coma for 6 months now. It's not a stretch to see how Acro could feel that his brother is dead. Regina, she did that to him? Do you spend your entire life dreaming up new ways to be a fool? Naturally, the prosecution is already looking into Acro brother Sean Dingling. 6 months ago, he was bit by a lion and fell into his current comatose state. A lion? Miss Regina Berry is an animal tamer by trade. However, no tamed animal in that position is ever trained to attack another human. They wouldn't understand the command. Moreover, Miss Regina could never do something like that. It's just not in her. So then what happened to Acro's brother? He's not the victim of an attempted murder, he's the victim of an accident. I see, now what do we do? No one seems to be going along with your theory. Do you think what happened to Bat was actually an accident? The lion biting Bat was no accident at all. What? You're such an amateur, Mr. Phoenix Wright. There's no way that Regina would ever incite her lion to attack another human being. She may not have incited the lion to attack another human being, but Regina is responsible for making the lion bite Acro's brother. That's just a scarf. Acro. This scarf is something that Bat used to wear, correct? That's right. And who is the one that gave this scarf to Bat? Regina. Regina gave it to him. Regina? There's something more than just blood on the scarf, Your Honor. And what might that be? Pepper. Pepper? Regina gave this scarf to Bat right before the accident. She covered it with as much pepper as she could. What's with the silent treatment? Excuse me, Mr. Wright, you've done a good job of fingering a criminal. Out of curiosity, what was her crime? Miss Berry gave her pepper-covered scarf to Bat as a present. Where's the crime in that? Still seems like the judge doesn't get it. Mr. Phoenix Wright, wasn't it said that the lion seemed to be smiling? Smiling? The lion was smiling? Right before Bat was bit by the lion, for a moment the lion's mouth changed to look like he was smiling. Lions smile? I've never heard of them smiling, however... Lions sneeze. What? Leon wasn't trying to bite Bat at all. In reality, all he actually did was sneeze. He sneezed because of all the pepper on the scarf. You fool. You've got to be kidding me. What's the matter, Miss Von Karma? I object for objection's sake. Mr. Phoenix Wright, this theory, you believe it. You really intend to say that this is how this joke of an accident actually happened? Of course I do, it's the truth. The lion sneezed due to the pepper, and that's when Bat lost consciousness. Acro nearly lost his brother due to this accident, or this joke, as you put it. Which is why he tried to get his revenge against Regina. You foolish idiot. It almost does seem like a terrible joke, doesn't it? Once again, I'm impressed by your imagination, Mr. Wright. To think that there's someone who treats this accident with the respect it deserves. Are you telling me that's what I said was true? Acro, you can't mean witness. Are you confirming the defense's claim? Mr. Wright, unfortunately, your imagination is not enough to find me guilty of murder. What do you mean by that? The pepper, the scarf, the lion. I see where you're going, but it's a bit hard to swallow. Not to mention the fact that there's even a bigger problem with your theory. What would that problem be? The same problem it's always been. Evidence. If I drop Max's bust on top of the ringmaster, where is the evidence that proves that claim? You mean the conclusive evidence? The biggest problem is the murder weapon, or the lack thereof, to be more precise. The murder weapon. The bust that the defense claims was used. If that were to be found in Acro's room, and if it was covered with the victim's blood, that would be awfully conclusive in my eyes. Yes, it would be. The bust. Nick, you've got to do something. This last step. If I get this one right, the case is won. Might be worthwhile to search Acro's room, but why aren't you going to search his room? It looks like you finally figured things out, didn't you? Now that you know the true meaning of Von Karma total justice. I guess I figured with you that's the least I should expect. You'd leave no stone unturned. Von Karma never leaves anything to chance. We already searched Acro's room yesterday. What did you find? There's no reason to even say it. If we found what you think we found in the room, Acro would not be here as a witness. But to put a point on it, Max's bust was not in the room. The murder weapon is still unaccounted for. You see, Mr. Wright, the bust wasn't in my room. Furthermore, Detective Dick Gumshoe executed the search by complete surprise, and we took Acro directly to the prosecutor's office after that. End of story. Just wait a second, something's funny about all this. Looks like you lacked the final nail to put into my coffin. But what about the scarf? What about the note? What about them, Mr. Wright? No offense, but the only evidence that is relevant here is that which pertains to the death of the ringmaster. You should know that by now. Do something, Nick. Don't let this case slip away. The bust, where is it now? You're Phoenix Wright. You know where that bust is. I'm sure you do. There's not even a single clue. How am I supposed to know where the bust is? Seems this case is coming to a close. The defense's counter-arguments look to have fallen short. Thank you for your support. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I think that brings an end to the cross-examination of this witness. Where is Max's bust? The defense needs time to prepare to present its case. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. I just bit my tongue. What? We need time to do what? Ow. Why are you the most surprised person here? She's your aide, isn't she? Do you really have a case to present, Mr. Wright? Why are you asking me? Rest up to you, Nick. Good luck. Wait, you can't be serious. Acrobats have always lived their lives on the lines, don't they? That's how Acro's lived his life up until now. Now it's time for us to walk across our own tightrope. If we don't, we're certain to lose. Very well, the defense may proceed. He doesn't have a clue. I don't think he'll be finding one anytime soon. Walking the tightrope of logic, there's no room for a false step. Sink or swim, the only way through is forward. With the murder weapon, where is Max's bust now? It's obvious, the bust is inside this very courtroom. It's obviously where? Allow me to pinpoint the location of the bust once and for all. Acro, I'm sorry to ask this, but do you mind if we take the blanket off your wheelchair? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Wright. Well, you're a big guy, and you've got a pretty big wheelchair because of it. Just wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything under that blanket. Because it seems to me it'd be really easy to hide a bust under there. Once again, your penchant for humor hits me where it hurts, Mr. Wright. I think it's pretty amazing that you can laugh in your position. However, your lightheartedness doesn't change the fact that the bust is under there. We all know that you can't leave the lodging house by yourself in your condition. That proved inconvenient when Miss Von Karma happened to search your room yesterday. If she had found the murder weapon in your room, it would have been all over, which is why you had to hide it in the only place that you could hide it, under your wheelchair. Which is why, Acro, I have to ask you again, would you please remove the blanket from your lap? Well done, Mr. Wright. Masterfully played. You fool! How could you? You've got me. I've been bagged by a real pro. Actually, two of them. Two of them? Miss Francisca Von Karma and Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? There's just one thing I'd like to know. How did you know to launch the surprise search of my room last night? There were two pieces of decisive evidence, the cloak and the bust. I burned the cloak in my room and threw the ashes away with the trash. Regina always took my trash out every morning, you know. But the bust, obviously I can't throw that away. When you executed your search, all I could do was try and hide the bust. The only place I could hide it quickly was under this wheelchair. Miss Von Karma, you had things all figured out, didn't you? I was completely sucked in by your calculated strategy. Now to be caught in the middle of court hiding the murder weapon. No way I can escape that. So you've got me. Well done, Mr. Wright. Well done, Miss Von Karma. It all makes sense now. I can't believe that Von Karma thought that far ahead. It's amazing. You definitely couldn't tell by looking at her. I know I sure couldn't. I can't believe it. We make a mistake. Why did I order a surprise search of your room? If only I hadn't done that. It seems we finally arrived at the truth. Acro? Yes, Your Honor. Did you kill the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Mr. Russell Berry? Yes, Your Honor. I'm responsible for that crime. All my brother wanted was for Regina to like him. That's why he teased her. One day, my brother sprinkled some pepper on Regina. She started sneezing so hard you couldn't help yourself from laughing. That's why Regina thought it'd be funny to get back at him in the same way. And that's why she covered the scarf with pepper. I know she didn't mean for anything bad to happen. I know this. She just wanted to make my brother sneeze a few times too. But I just couldn't forgive her, no matter what. What am I truly guilty of? I'm guilty of never ever being able to understand her. Your brother became a star. Regina believes in that so purely that she would laugh innocently when saying it, too innocently. I just couldn't stand it, no matter how hard I tried. That's when you decided to try to do something about Regina. How dreadful. So are you saying that you are a victim in all this as well? No, that's not what I mean. I'm nothing but a murderer. That's who I am. At first I thought I'd kill myself. Then I pondered giving myself up. But I couldn't just up and leave. I couldn't. Not yet. That's why I tried to pin this on Max. Max, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't up and leave yet. This has been such a strange case. It's almost a reflection of the circus itself. I'm an idiot. Can't believe it. You beat me again. I believe this case is now beyond any point of possible discussion. Thus, I'd like to declare my verdict. This court is adjourned. Fabulous, but to be honest, I can't really be too happy about this. Acro, the ringmaster, Regina, and Pat, not a single one of them was a bad person inside, huh? That's a good question, and one I don't know the answer to. Many congrats. Max, a million of them. Thank you. What's with the vibe in this room? We're just thinking about Acro. No. If you worry about people too much, then you'll be like this forever and never be happy. Huh? She's been like this for a while now. It's all my fault. Sweetie pie. Pat and Acro, they're never coming back. Now everyone's gonna split up. Regina, Mr. Wright, tell me something. Akro said something right at the end. I just couldn't up and leave yet. Is he gonna try to get his revenge on me? He's not gonna do that to you, Regina. Are you sure? You're really sure? I can believe that? Yep. Akro doesn't have any desire for revenge anymore. If that's true, then I want to see some evidence. Huh? I want to know you're not just making up that stuff about Akro not wanting revenge. Akro didn't want you to get caught up for a reason. He wanted to see his brother open his eyes again. That's right, Regina. He's still alive, you know. I never knew, but now that Akro's been caught... I know. I'll do it. I'll stay next to the bat as long as it takes. Until he opens his eyes. And then until he can meet Akro. So sweet of you, Regina. I'm sorry, Akro. I'm sorry, Bat. Well, hopefully this is enough to give her a little peace of mind. Hey, Max. What is it, Mo? We really put you through a lot, didn't we, buddy? I'm sorry about what happened. So whenever you'd like to leave us, I'll pay your fee and rip up the contract. No, I understand. What a fabulous thing to do for me. I might even leave tomorrow. What's going to happen to the circus now? Oh, that's the big question. Our writing master is really an amazing person, wasn't he? Even though he's not here anymore, everyone's taken over together. The staff, the performers, no one wants to leave the circus. That's why I've made a decision. What is it? I've decided I will take over as the new ringmaster. I'll turn this circus into the best circus this world has ever seen. The best circus this world has ever seen. Don't laugh. It's quite the goal. Can't wait. Then I guess that changes things. Huh? There's only one thing the best circus in the world has ever seen needs. The world's best illusions. Which means the circus needs the best magician the world has ever seen. Max, let's work together and make our circus super fabulous. What do you say, big guy? I don't know what to say. All I can say is thank you. Regina, you're gonna help them out too, aren't you? I don't know. Maybe the circus would be better off without me? What are you talking about, Regina? Don't you think that I brought you to court today? We've got work together to make the very big circus bigger than it's ever been. No. Mo's right, sweetie pie. Can't be the very big circus without Regina Berry. Max. Nick, it seems like everything's gonna turn out alright here. Can't wait to see the best circus the world has ever seen. We'll save you the most fabulous seats. It'll take us a while to get ready, but I'm gonna order some whoopee cushion seats. See, what made the case? Yesterday's surprise raid really paid off just like you said it would, sir. You had it all figured out, didn't you? It was just a theory. If Akro really was the killer, I thought this was the only way it could end. Especially if he was the defense attorney. You mean Mr. Wright? Of course. Well, detective, my plane is about to leave. As for Akro's case, no need to worry. I plan to personally stop by the chief prosecutor's office as soon as I get back. Understood, sir. I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Edgeworth. All right, so that ends chapter 3. So I'm going to take about maybe 15-20 minute break here before we get started with chapter 4, the final chapter of this game in particular. So I'm going to take a break and we will be back. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Who will be this year's Grand Prix champion? Who will be our hero of heroes? Will it be last year's runner-up Jammin' Ninja, or will it be Captain Saipan from the way? Okay, you guys are going way too fast. I can't read any of that. The winner of the 3rd annual Hero of Heroes Grand Prix is me. The true hero of the night has appeared in our midst. Looks like this year's Grand Prix goes to the Fantastic Warrior, the Nickel Samurai. Too bad, Jammin' Ninja. Looks like the title eluded you again this year. Oh, right, yes. Did you hear that, Nick? The Nickel Samurai, he did it. Yeah, he sure did. I'm getting too old for this. Yeah, I'm proud of the guys for doing the series justice. So the person everyone was cheering for, I guess he got the prize? Yep. You know who we were talking about, right, Pearly? The Nickel Samurai? No, every Sunday I only watch the educational channel's Kids Masterpiece Theater. Okay, that's it. From now on, it's the Nickel Samurai and the kids watch it. You like the Nickel Samurai too, Mr. Nick? Nah, Nick's an old fart, so he's not allowed to watch it anymore. That's right, I do like Kids Masterpiece Theater. Hey, I didn't know you were so young at heart, Nick. Mr. Nick, you're a grown-up. You're not allowed to watch it anymore. You're supposed to act your age and have interests that match. It's very important. Give it a rest, Pearly. Looks like I made the right choice in inviting everyone here. I'm glad you're all having a good time. It's like a dream. Too bad for the Jammin' Ninja, though. Last year, he lost to the Pink Princess Warrior of Little Old Tokyo. Thought this might be his year. Yeah. Oh, hey, did anyone else think that the Jammin' Ninja looked a bit different today? Different? What do you mean? Well, he wasn't carrying his bright red guitar. Hey, you're right. Strange he'd walk around without his signature guitar. I will never understand these people on their shows. Anyway, Mr. Powers, thank you very much for tonight. Oh, it was nothing. I owe you one, so it's just my way of saying thanks. Hey, Nick, come on. It's time to get going to the lobby. There's a post-ceremony stage show that's supposed to start real soon. And then I heard there's going to be a press conference after that. A press conference? Is he going to make a speech about winning this year's prize? Well, not exactly. Something about the Nickel Samurai confessing something? Confessing? Sounds pretty serious. Nick, come on. You don't want us to be the last ones there, do you? Yeah, Mr. Nick, do you? Why me? The show doesn't even start for another 20 minutes. Wow, what is with this place? It looks like I've stumbled into Oz or something. Way in the back there's a sign for the bathroom. Maybe I should visit it while I can before the show starts. Thank you very much for inviting us today. Oh, it was nothing, really. Guys like us don't get to come to a place like this often, so I thought I'd invite you all. Hey, Mr. Powers, what have you been up to lately? Well, since the Pink Princess successfully wrapped up last month, I've been on the kids' exercise show while wearing a rabbit mask over my face. No, I see. I'm still really sorry about all the headache I caused you that time, Mr. Wright. Well, what's done is done, so let's forget about it. This is Will Powers. He's an action star. His popularity exploded when he was the Steel Samurai, and he was the first case Maya worked on with me. It's too bad you looked scary, or people know you were a real softy who's good with kids. Thanks. I can't believe they're gonna make a movie based on the Nickel Samurai. Can't believe it either, but for a different reason. Steel Samurai, an epic story of one hero in a desperate fight against his arch-nemesis, the evil magistrate, in the city of Neo Old Tokyo. Last year, they started a new series, The Nickel Samurai. The new series seemed to be a hit with the kids, too. I'm really attached to the Steel Samurai as a show, so I was hoping that maybe I'd get the chance to do something in this new one. Yeah, it's too bad. It's been awesome to see you with the new actor, Matt Engarde. Super popular right now. Engarde? Big Pearls doesn't know who he is. This year it's going to be the Nickel Samurai versus the Jammin' Ninja at the box office. Jammin' Ninja, who's that again? So who is this Jammin' Ninja again? He's a hero, duh. His symbol is the bright red guitar he carries everywhere. A ninja who's always carrying around a bright red guitar? How does that even work? With a scarf around his neck and a guitar in his hand, he rises to stardom in an ancient time. A ninja who becomes a star? Yeah, a ninja who becomes a star. There's a strong rivalry between the two of them. Global Studios Nickel Samurai and the Worldwide Studios Jammin' Ninja. They even air at the same time. You know what I heard? I heard those two don't get along at all. The Nickel Samurai is Engarde and the guy who plays the Jammin' Ninja, I mean. The Nickel Samurai speaks French? Oh, you mean Matt Engarde, the actor. I guess even in the world of heroes isn't a sparkling, happy place. Yeah, sounds like the post-ceremony show's about to start. Alright, I'm so pumped. I wonder if he's going to show off his special move today, Nickel Samurai Smelting. Actually, I'm interested in most is the press conference. You mean the big confession the Nickel Samurai is going to make after the show? So what is it? Don't you know what it's about, Mr. Powers? Well, I'm not the Steel Samurai anymore, so I don't have any idea. Sorry. So I guess you're all going to the press conference then? Yeah, of course. If that's the case, then here, take these tickets so you can get in. Thank you. Let's get going to the lobby. Looks like it's over this way, Mr. Nick. Okay, for great justice. Only a really gaudy hotel would have such a large gaudy lobby to match. I think they're gonna have the post-ceremony show over there. They're using a compact stage, I see. Oh, I'm ready to use my special samurai power. Maya looks like she's ready to start a fight. Your attention, please. Your attention, please. The Nickel Samurai's post-ceremony stage show will not be held tonight due to unforeseen circumstances. What? Why? Ow, you didn't have to pinch me. Pinch yourself if you don't believe it. We are asking for everyone's cooperation at this time, so please stay where you are. This is a special request from the police. Police? Do they see police? You want me to go check out what's going on? Wait, I'll come with you. Freeze, you two, didn't you hear the announcement just now? I just finished telling you not to move. That voice, I've heard that voice somewhere before. Honestly, youth these days can't be bothered to listen to other people when they talk. Just the other day, it was the same thing and said, beware bridge out, and along comes a snot of punk under the bridge. Try to tell the boy, listen? No, of course not. He only said he didn't care. Blah, blah, blah. Why do they do this? This non-stop chatter. Can't be Miss Oldbag? What is it, you young whippersnappers? Do I know you? Wait, you're Powers, aren't you? Yeah, about what happened back then? You didn't even get nominated this year, did you? Oh, that's right, you're doing that children's exercise program, trying to play nice. Yeah, thanks me. Thankfully, I still have a job. I love that show, and you're a hoot. You're the brother character, right? You can get your face covered by that. Oh my god. What are you doing here? Look at my uniform and tell me you can't tell I'm a member of security. Without an outfit. Annoying noisy brats, get the blaster. Miss Oldbag, what are you doing here? What happened to your position at Global Studios? Oh, that old place? Well, since that incident, they've been letting people go. When they cut the security team, I got the pink slip. What incident? What did you do? I didn't do anything, you youngin'. Don't you remember that incident a year ago when this lady got on the witness stand and testified? And you were the one who was bullying me, this fragile girl at heart. I plead the fifth. But you know, I think maybe I rubbed the upper management the wrong way by testifying. Yes, that has to be it. Everything's your fault. Me? I thought about being a bodyguard at first after being handed old Pinky. You, a bodyguard? Or your friend, that fiery, so good-looking guy with the red jacket and the ruffles? Mr. Edgeworth? But that sort of arrangement would be entirely too troublesome for me. That's what he said to me. What did I ever do to deserve that? So did something happen? I don't have all the details, but it looks like another one of those incidents happened again. An incident? Like a murder kind of incident? Maybe. You see, I'm a bit of a devilish woman. So wherever I ever go, showers of blood are sure to follow. Bet you didn't know that. Then shouldn't you quit being a security guard, at least for other people's sake? Silence, whippersnapper! Hey, Nick. What? I don't like that devilish smile playing on your lips. Speak like we're going to go into the bathroom and check things out. No way, the police told us not to go anywhere, remember? Huh? Boring? You're such a boring guy, you've got no motivation, no spirit. What's going on? You giving Mystic Maya trouble again, Mr. Nick? Not you two, Pearls. Please don't stick your little nose into this one. So listen to this, Pearly. This one time at lawyer camp, Nick. Okay, I get it. Let's go take a look. I knew you couldn't say no to me, Nick. That's right. You walk over miles of off post from Mystic Maya, wouldn't you, Mr. Nick? That would be every time we worked a case together. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go already. You can come along too, Pearly. Goody, I get to come. I get to come along. God damn it. Nothing really out of the ordinary here. Are you looking for the incident the old lady was talking about? Doesn't look like it happened here. Well, we better go look somewhere else. Alright, then let's try... Excuse me. Are you by chance Miss Maya Fey? Yeah, that's me. You have a phone call waiting for you at the front desk. A call? I wonder if it's from someone from Korean Village. What's wrong, Mystic Maya? Oh, nothing. You guys go on ahead and I'll be right there, okay? Right this way, Miss Fey. Let's go look somewhere else now, Mr. Nick. Yeah, okay. It's a little exciting and a little scary. I told you I get people the info they want, which means that I got a right to know. Nope, don't care who you are, pal. We're still investigating, so you can't go in. What's your problem? Just you wait. It'll be all over the morning paper. Scruffy detective's secret scandal revealed. You'll see. I'll get you back. These two sound pretty serious. That southern accent can only mean, hey, rat. Hey, Lana. Come on, do a gal a favor and tell this cop I'm just doing my job and I've got right. You. Nah, Detective Gumshoe. I'll help the guy. I'll tell her that only police are allowed in here. It's the scene of a murder. She should leave this to those pros. A murder? Aw, oh, shoot me in my big mouth. See, I knew it. My gut instinct told me so. I always trust my gut. A murder, it said. That's what it is, a genuine murder. Hey, wait. Yeehaw, a murder. Oh, a big star, no less. Oh, man. I'm in trouble now. So, Detective Gumshoe, a murder? No, that's not it. My facts got mixed up for a second there, pal. Mr. Nick, is the dead person the Nickel Samurai? Oh, why do you ask? Well, Mystic Maya was rooting for him, so... It wasn't the Nickel Samurai that got bumped. Actually, the Nickel Samurai is the one under suspicion of doing the bumping off. What? The guy that died was this hero named the Jammin' Ninja, pal. Jammin' Ninja? That woman with the big poofy hair that looks like cotton candy? You mean Lada? That woman, she was there that time too, right? That time? When Mystic Maya did that channeling. Oh, that time. Well, Lada's a journalist, so that's why she's here. Journalist. Looks like she was hanging around here before the murder happened. Hanging around? Yeah, hiding and wait in front of the Jammin' Ninja's door, pal. But why would she... She wouldn't tell me, pal. She just kept saying something about getting my big scoop. Scoop? What sort of news could she be after? Mr. Jammin' Ninja? He was on a really popular rival TV show, The Nickel Samurai. Oh, the victim was the action star, John Corrida. He's got a huge push and rode that express train to stardom. I mean, even I know who he is. Yeah, even I recognize his face. But I heard lately that Matt Onguard's been taking the wind out of his sail. I'm telling you, pal, as far as who's popular, these two are hogging all the limelight. Guess there's no space for Mr. Powers at all, huh? Poor guy. Mr. Onguard, that's the Nickel Samurai, right? Yep, I mean, no, you gotta say it with more oomph. The Nickel Samurai. Anyway, so now that Juan Corrida's gone, that means Mr. Onguard has the whole stage to himself, wouldn't you say? I wouldn't bet on it, pal. Can't have that happen, you know? Can't have that happen. What's that supposed to mean? The Nickel Samurai, he really took the Grand Prix tonight. Maya's a big fan of his. Really? Oh, I'm sorry then. Why are you sorry? Matt Onguard was just arrested, pal. On suspicion of murdering Juan Corrida. What? Why was Mr. Onguard arrested? Sorry, pal, but that's something I can tell you. We just started the investigation, so we don't want any leaks. Looks like yet another Steel Samurai hero is in the hot water. Mr. Nick, if Mystic Maya knew about this? Yeah, no, she'd make me take this case, I know. Hey, so what's going on, Mr. Wright? Looks like Juan Corrida has been killed. What? Juan is... Looks like he was murdered and the suspect was arrested. That suspect is Mr. Matt Onguard. You're joking, right? Nope, they arrested the Nickel Samurai on suspicion of murdering the Jammin' Ninja. Ugh, not again. I feel sick. Again? About a year ago, something just like this happened, Pearls. Still can't believe... No way Matt would... Mr. Powers got in his hand. Oh, before I forget, this is for you, Mr. Wright. I got this from the bellboy that came by earlier. For me? But why? I don't know. All he said was it's for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney. Matt is the most energetic and active actor out there right now. The Nickel Samurai really sealed his place as a pop idol, but kept adding fuel to the fire of his rivalry with Juan anyway. Mr. Juan, he's the Jammin' Ninja, right? Those two would butt heads over everything they could think of, but I'd say that Matt was the one who always came out on top. Guess some people only know how to relate to others by butting heads like a ram. Juan said that he'd take Matt on this time too, so he joined a rival TV show. That was the Jammin' Ninja? The stylish Nickel Samurai and the burning Jammin' Ninja. Well, things turned real messy real fast with those two using their shows for their war. In the final tally, look around, it's pretty obvious how things ended up. Matt even won the Grand Prix this year, the final win over his rival, I guess. Mr. Onguard was going to hold a press conference, wasn't he? That's what I heard. Well, if you wanted to get technical about it, it was the Nickel Samurai's conference. The Nickel Samurai? Yeah, he was supposed to wear his costume and get the press conference that way. He was going to be in costume, but why? I'm not sure. They don't keep me in the loop anymore. I was just wondering, where's Mystic Maya? She's been gone a long time. Now that she mentioned it, Maya was only going to answer a phone call. Maybe she got lost. I'll take a quick look around for her. Ah! Well, what is it, Mr. Nick? I'm not sure. It's coming from this transceiver? Yes, hello, right here. Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? And you are... You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things you should be concerning yourself with, such as... Help, Nick! Mystic Maya? Maya? So, Mr. Wright, would you agree that the more important issue is the fate of the girl? The fate? Does he mean what I think he means? Maya, where are you? Are you hurt? Come now, don't fall apart on me yet. No, this can't be. Now that I have your attention, Mr. Attorney, I have a modest proposal for you. If you do what I require, then I will return to you your valuable item unharmed. What is this called again in your fancy lawyer terms? Kidnapping for ransom. Yes, that's it. This is a kidnapping. My sight, everything's fading away. Maya has been kidnapped? There, Mr. Attorney, are you there? How much? How much do you want? Very good, Mr. Attorney. I'm glad you have such a good grasp of the situation. Hurry up and state your condition and then return Maya. Money is not what I seek. What? What I want is a certain verdict. I would like a complete acquittal. Complete acquittal? What in the world have you done to need... I am not the person you will be representing. What? You are currently at the Gatewater Hotel, are you not? And I know that a murder has just taken place there. Juan Corrida was killed and the suspect is Matt Engarde. You are, as expected, quite on top of things, Mr. Attorney. Now then, what I want is very simple. I want you to obtain a complete acquittal from Matt Engarde. Matt Engarde, but why? He did not kill anyone, I can attest to that. However, what? However, someone is framing him for the murder. A very smart someone who is setting him up to take the fall. If I agree and do what he wants, can I believe he'll keep up his end of the bargain? You are, of course, at liberty to take me at my word or not. However, there is one thing you can take as fact. Right now, your very precious item is with me in my possession. Maya, you have 2 days. Of course, tonight you will be in questioning with the police, but the trial is in 2 days. At that trial, you will win a not guilty verdict. Remember, you only have one chance. One chance, Mr. Attorney. One? You expect me to get a not guilty in one trial day? Yes, exactly. I don't believe I was wrong in choosing you, so don't let me down. Oh, yes, that's right. Now that I am playing the role of the kidnapper, can't pass up the chance to say, and don't even think about calling the cops. Not great, but you get the idea. Damn it, who the hell are you? Very well, I'll tell you that much. My name is... DeKiller. Mr. Nick, where's Miss Maya? She's been kidnapped. It's all my fault if only I had gone with her. It's not your fault, girls, but it is. Mr. Wright, I think we should tell the police what's going on. No, we can't do that. If we do, who knows what'll happen to Maya. Nick, what about the detective we saw earlier? Gumshoe. Wait here, I'll be right back. Alright, I'll take care of Pearl while you're away. What? Ransom? Not so loud. The ransom is a complete acquittal for Matt Engarde. Wait, the deal is complete acquittal in exchange for Maya. You mean... And that's mean that Matt Engarde is obviously the killer, pal. No doubt about it. The guy said that Matt Engarde is innocent. You really believe what a kidnapper tells you, pal? I guess he has a point. If Engarde really is innocent, then why the kidnapping? And on top of everything else, there's all this evidence we keep finding. The forensics team's having a field day back there. But it's strange. There's so much evidence that it feels like something's wrong. There's too much evidence. Is that possible? Actually, didn't the kidnapper say something about Engarde being set up? Anyway, it looks like you won't be leaving here tonight, pal. Just sit tight and cooperate in the investigation. Tomorrow you can start yours. Alright, isn't there another way? Also gotta be careful about pushing the kidnapper the wrong way. You're right. My head. Where am I? I'm still in that hotel. What happened to me? Nick, Pearly, come on, you guys. This isn't funny anymore. I see you have awoken. Who are you? Me? I am known as DeKiller. Killer, you mean like an assassin? I'm too young to die. Don't worry. You are not my target. For now, anyway. Heck, where are you? Help me? Yes, that's right. Only one person can save you now, and that is Mr. Phoenix Wright. Huh? What? Nick? Nick's gonna save me? calm down and be a good girl. Think of this as a business transaction. A business transaction? I'm gonna contact him now. I hope you'll cooperate and play your assigned role well. What's gonna happen to me? You don't need to know who I am. Morning, Pearls. Come on, let's hurry and go see Mr. Enguarde. I have to wait a bit, Pearls. Visiting hours don't start until 9, so... Oh, I see. If only I had gone with you. Poor Pearl, she's been like this since last night. She managed to get home somehow yesterday evening thanks to Detective Gumshoe gently holding her by the hand and leading her here. By the looks of it, I don't think Pearl's got any sleep at all last night. Mystic Maya, she's alright, right? Yeah, she's alright. Either way, I'm gonna save her. You can trust me on that. Please help her. I'm only able to stay this calm and collected because Pearls is doing the crying for the both of us. Oh, thought. You're going to represent Mr. Enguarde, aren't you? Yeah, I don't really seem to have a choice. But what if he's the real murderer? What would you do then, Nick? Would you fight to get him not guilty for a murderer to save Mystic Maya? Pearls, let's talk to Mr. Enguarde first, okay? Think of all the bad things we want, but it doesn't change a thing. Right, I'm sorry, I can't stop thinking about it. Pearls, you're really worried about Maya, aren't you? I don't have anyone else left in this world. What do you mean? My family's all gone. Her family? My father, he left my mother in the village behind and went away. I'm sorry. And my mother, she did that thing all for me. Mystic Maya is like a sister to me. She's all I have left in this world. Couldn't wait for visiting hours to start, so Pearlsky and I came down here early to visit one Nickel Samurai with charge of the murder of the Jammin Ninja. Morning, how are you today? I know the situation might be a little tough for you. Where? Oh, sorry, dude. I already signed up. Excuse me? I already have life insurance. I signed up a long time ago because my job is, you know... Oh, no, we're not insurance salespeople. Really? Dude, really don't need that right now either. Fire extinguishers? I mean, this building isn't my house, so... No, we're not here to sell fire extinguishers either. I'm a lawyer. My name is Phoenix Wright. A lawyer? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my manager, okay? The Nickel Samurai sure is a strange person, isn't he? I think strange is an understatement. Sorry about that. You're just in time. You're a lawyer dude, right? The manager's looking for a good one right now, so how about it? Mr. Nick, this is our chance. I have to make him let me take this case, I have to. Sorry to intrude, but I would like to ask you a few personal questions. That's okay, but dude, like, my autobiography's coming out soon, so if I say stuff without the publisher's approval, then I'm gonna be in real hot water. Hold on a second, I'm gonna ask my publisher, okay? Mr. Enguarde is so lucky, he has so many people you can talk to. I don't know if he actually has anyone he can really talk to. Sorry about that. Like I thought, the publisher said it'd be real bad if I said anything, dude. Does he have a mind of his own? Mr. Enguarde, I would like to ask you about the murder. Oh, are you covering this for a tabloid as a side job, dude? Well, if you want my statement on this, you should ask through my staff. No, I'm not asking on behalf of a tabloid. Hold on a sec, I'm gonna ask the president of the studio, okay? Is he alright, Mr. Nick? We're talking about Mr. Enguarde's brain here. I wouldn't put my money on it. Sorry about that. The studio president said even Neo Mount Fuji itself knows I'm not the murderer. Mr. Nick, what's Neo Mount Fuji? It's a mountain inside the city of Neo Old Tokyo, the city the Nickel Samurai protects. What's that? It's a ticket for the press conference. You were gonna give one after winning the Grand Prix, right? Huh? Me?
Yeah, well, you're in costume, no less. I never heard anything like that, dude. I only heard about the stage show. I always leave that kind of stuff to my manager. You didn't know? That's odd. Mr. Nick, what are you gonna do with that? I don't know yet, but I figured I could at least show it to him. Is that a transceiver? Hey, it looks like a real nice one, too. Got it as a present from someone. Interesting. It's also been instructed to take your case. Is that what you heard from the transceiver? Yes. Dude, that's terrible. Don't let some disembodied voice boss you around. It's coming from a man with a cell phone on his wrist. Well, dude, I think it's about time for me to get going. Please wait. I really need to take your case. There's always other people in need of a lawyer, right? Want me to introduce you to a few? Please let Mr. Nick represent you. Oh man, lawyers these days. Now you dudes use kids as polling clients too? If you don't take me as your lawyer, then the killer is going to... Wait, what did you just say? The killer? The killer? What's he doing? He looks like he's mulling something over. Alright, dude. I accept your terms. Huh? I'll let you represent me in court. We did it. We did it, Mr. Nick. Yeah. Don't feel any better for it, and he doesn't look too happy either. Go ahead, ask me anything. I'll help out as much as I can. Man, thank my lucky stars that people know my name. Well, you're quite the hero, and you're in the national spotlight. I don't know who he is. Does that mean I'm not a good citizen? It's really great to be the Nickel Samurai. Dude, lately I just keep on getting more and more popular. True enough, the Nickel Samurai is very popular among high schoolers and secretaries right now. Guess Mr. Ongard has a way of catching the eyes of women. You know my motto? Refreshing like a spring breeze, that's what I am. Spring breeze? That's why this kind of scandal is disastrous, dude. I mean, even if I get out of here tomorrow, it's still gonna look bad. Everyone loves a good scandal. Tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post-ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my Nickel Samurai costume. And you were alone the entire time? My manager was running around being busy, so yeah, because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show. I told you, dude, I have no idea about any press conference, alright? It's strange, I thought the Nickel Samurai was gonna confess something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed it was kind of noisy. Mr. Coretta was already dead at that time. Yeah, that's why I gathered anyway for my manager. Beginning to gather that this guy can't do a thing on his own. And that's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me, and out of the blue, the dude arrested me. About you and the victim, Mr. Juan Corretto, what sort of... That's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with that face of his, you can't tell he's the same age as me. And he wanted to try to make a Jammin' Ninja movie, even though we all know it'd fail. Nickel Samurai still won in the end, right? Yeah, he took the Grand Prix by storm. So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy anyway? Dude, you think it'd be the other way around, you know? Do you know why you were arrested? I guess maybe my full body search went badly? Did I find something on you? They found a button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. A button? I don't get it either. It was caught in the pleats of my samurai pants or a comma. Dude, I really think someone planted it there though. I'm serious. I wonder if that's what really happened. Guess that's about all the info I'm gonna get out of him. Mr. Nick, let's ask one thing. Let's test Mr. Ongard to see if he's really innocent or not. We can do that? Yeah, if you use this. By his Magatama, he won't be able to hide any secrets from you, Mr. Nick. I'm sure of it. I get it. Mr. Ongard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Please answer me honestly. What is it, dude? Did you kill Mr. Juan Coretta? Please put the phone away and answer the question yourself. Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Coretta, okay? Well, Mr. Nick? Nothing. Not a chain or lock in sight. Which means it's alright to trust him. Yeah, it does appear that way. Well, at least I can breathe a sigh of relief knowing my client is innocent. The trial's tomorrow, right? I'm counting on you, dude. Well, at least we were able to get Mr. Ongard as our client, and we know that he didn't do it, which is important. So, now what should we do? Well, the trial's tomorrow, and we only get this one chance. There's only one way to prove Mr. Ongard's innocence. We have to find the real killer. Alright, let's start looking. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You can't come in without... Good morning. Hold on, it's you. What is going on around here? I hear poor Juan was killed. Is that true? There's a bad rerun of what this is. Another Steel Samurai doing the most evil of deeds. You know, that's not entirely... I'll have you know, that was a huge fan of Juan's. Why, oh why do all the stars I'm interested in drop one by one like flies? I've always been like... God damn it, she's going off again. Don't push me, boy. Mr. Nick, I couldn't hear everything she said because she was talking too fast. Miss Oldback, could you please speak a little slower? Don't boss me around, you spiky-haired smarty pants. My dear Hammer died a year ago on that dreadful murder, and only recently did I finally hear a star that makes his heart go bagoomp again. I don't know what to say. I ask you, why does every star I cheer for always end up kicking the bucket? I'd watch your words, not one going to get away with saying anything bad about my Juan. I haven't said anything. Well, I don't believe a word that woman says anyway. Huh? What woman? That irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible country accent. Yeah, for real. Because of this bitch. I mean, what is that manner of speaking supposed to be, and why does she never stop? Honestly, women these days, they don't know the meaning of the word modesty. When I was a young maiden, I was so beautiful, you got Pearls, are you thirsty? A little. Okay, I'll get you some juice or something. Thank you very much. Hey, are you paying attention? Youngins today. I'm guessing Miss Oldback heard everything from Lotta. I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder. I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready. Getting ready for what? The show, of course. Well, in the press conference afterward. Cue mysterious music for the magical press conference. Anyway, I don't know anything about the murder. Ah, I see. But if you're talking about what I saw, that's different and very clearly. Yeah, exactly. I saw the most important moment of the night. The most important moment? You don't mean... Oh, so now you treat me with respect, you disrespectful child. When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Really, kids today. Please tell me, what did you see? The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then, what murder isn't? Please don't stray into another tangent, please. You want to hear more? Then show your respect to bring this lady a present. Looks like the investigation's still in full swing. Hotel staff and the police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens. I wonder if we can do any investigating of our own in this kind of atmosphere. Well, gotta roll up the sleeves and try, I guess. Hey, here. Been waiting for you, Mr. Lawyer. Lotta. Hey, Mr. Copfellow, this thief showed his face. What? Arrest him, put him on trial, find him guilty, give him the death penalty. What's wrong, Lottie? Are you feeling alright? Looked here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. So why don't you just hurry up and give it back to me, you creep? What are you looking for? My camera. My lifeblood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera. Your camera? Look, don't lots of people say the criminal always go back to the scene of the crime? And looky, here you are. Yep, here I am, faced with a lot of trouble. Huh? So you lost your camera? It ain't no ordinary camera. You buy it in a store and it's $1,600 brand new. Huh, but didn't you just say you bought it for $700? I had a nice long talk with the guy at the store, about 5 hours I reckon. I made this itty bitty scratch on it and the manager got all huffed up in my face. Gave me his talking to and his real mean about it. He done made me cry at that. When did you lose your camera? Last night after the murder happened. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear darling expensive sweetie. Lotta, what did you capture with that expensive camera of yours? I don't rightly know. I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye, so I don't remember. And besides, I couldn't get anything from a big scoop. Wonder if Lotta's missing camera is even connected to the murder. Lotta, please tell me you know about what happened at the time of the murder. Well, from before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Yeah, actually, I was here until around the time Mr. Ongard was arrested. What were you doing here? You sure went to school, Slade boy? Wherever Lotta Hart goes, there's a story to be found, a big scoop to be had. Big scoop? I told you before, I'm going to be the best tabloid photographer the world's ever seen. Correct, of course, that means I'm always looking for the perfect shot. Wonder what scoop she was after this time. Although, I was also on the lookout for the other stars that were here. So, maybe I wasn't here the entire time? Lotta, are you sure you weren't here the entire time so you could take a picture for your big scoop? Well, maybe I was, but that's what real journalists do. Got some juicy inside info, so I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof? What kind of story was that you were hanging around here? Oops, sorry, Mr. Lawyer, I can't be telling you that. Trade secret, you know? Not again. Why does everyone have something to hide? We've been stopped, haven't we? Yeah, take that, Mr. Lawyer. Glad someone around here is happy, Mr. Lotta, and your I rule smile. Where are we? We're in Mr. Matt Ongard's dressing room. This is our client's room. May I help you with something? You're Mr. Ongard's lawyers, correct? I gathered as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail. How did you know I'm his lawyer? You were just saying that he is your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word would be his lawyer. Wow. It's a simple deduction, really. Charles, tomorrow and Mr. Ongard's situation is looking rather grim. So you came here one stop in your mad dash to find clues to build his case, correct? Well, you're not totally right, but you're not totally off either. It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Nick. I am Adrian Andrews. I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business. Alright. She may be of small stature, but his appearances can be deceiving. I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone was doing that night, correct? Yes, then I will tell you. Before the awards ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. Ongard. In this very room, I might add. Dinner? What did you eat? I told you, I hate to waste time with trifling details. If you took a look at the table yourself, you wouldn't need to ask me. Bet she's a lot of fun at parties. When the awards show was starting, I headed for Viola Hall. And after the show ended, you came back to this room? No, I had some small errands to run. Helped with the preparations in the lobby. Oh, preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess. When it was time for the post-ceremony show, I came back to call for Mr. Ongard. After that, I went to visit Mr. Coretta, and that's when you found his body, isn't it? He really held strong through everything. Yeah, she does seem to be mentally tough as nails. So about you and stop right there. You weren't seriously about to ask how Mr. Ongard and I are related, are you? Sorry, I have no idea how you could choose you as his lawyer. Why did she have to go and say something like that? Mr. Nick, calm down and hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, alright? I already gave you my name earlier, but I'll add that I'm Mr. Ongard's manager. His manager? Speaking of managers, did the victim, Mr. Corrida, have one? No, he did not. He didn't? Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios in that Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to their stars. I see. This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your poor partner. Dragging a little girl like her to places like this, honestly. You're wrong. I'm doing this to help Mystic Maya. Pearls, calm down and hang in there. I'll buy you a juice later, alright? Did you know the victim, Mr. Corrida? Yes, I knew him. The world is such a small place, after all. You know about his rivalry with the Nickel Samurai? Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over and over the most trivial things. Either one of them wasn't so stubborn that maybe no one would have needed to die. I get a hunch that this woman knows more than she's letting on. She must know why Juan was killed. Do you have any ideas? As to why Mr. Corrida was murdered. Why would you ask me such a thing? I'm just doing my job, so do you have any ideas? Miss Andrews? Sorry, but there's nothing more I have to add to this conversation. Is that a psych log, Mr. Nick? Yes, there's gonna be at least getting to be more and more of these lately. Mr. Nick, where are we? We're at Mr. Juan Corrida's room, Pearls. Mr. Corrida? The victim, which makes this a crime scene, too. Oh, it's you. So, what's happened? The kidnapper, has he contacted you again? Not yet. He probably won't until we win Mr. Ongard's acquittal. You doing okay, pal? Hanging in there? I just want Maya to be alright. We don't have a lot of time left, but I'm gonna help you as much as I can. Can you do that even if we want to look around the crime scene? Just this once. Special circumstances, right, pal? I'll even tell you everything I know, but you gotta keep quiet. My neck on the line here. Oh, I got you guys a map of the hotel. Here you go, little missy. You're giving it to me? Thank you. Wouldn't want you to get lost in a hotel too big for its own good. Mr. Nick, I got a map. That's great, Pearls. But Mr. Nick, I can't read what it says. Do you know what the cause of death was? Well, technically, the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you, pal. It should? Yeah, here's a picture. It's a knife in his chest. Yeah, that's the murder weapon. So he was stabbed in the chest with a butter knife. That's a shame. They're looking at fingerprints down at the lab right now. There were fingerprints on the knife? Yep, and it looks like they're pretty sure they're Mr. Ongard's prints, pal. That's bad. Why was Mr. Ongard arrested? Because we had evidence on him. Evidence? It looks like the victim Juan really put up a big fight. Yeah, one look at a crime scene and you can tell. Signs of a struggle everywhere. Well, yeah, during the fight his button came off. Mr. Ongard said something about a button, something like one of the Jammin' Ninja's buttons got caught in his Hakama. But that's not all. There was a witness, pal. A witness? Who was it? That lady, Miss Oldbag. Please, anyone but her. Prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case, not to mention there's something around where the Vic was that's a... What? Not to mention there's something around where the Vic was that's a little... I don't think that's a correct sentence. Not to mention there's something around where the Vic was that's a little... There, finally. Something that's a little off, as in, that's for you to figure out, pal. I should have figured it out. This is a guitar case, I guess. It's a little beat up, but usable. Strange the guitar's not here. Maybe he forgot to bring it to the show? But Mystic Maya, she said the bright red guitar was the Jam and Ninja's signature item. That's true. Huh? This guitar case is wet, but only wet on the top of the lid. Yeah, there's no water inside the case. This is water, isn't it? It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it? Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much. A bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where it came from. But doesn't it seem weird? I mean, everything else is scattered all over the floor. She's right. The flower vase is broken and the makeup is strewn everywhere. Why is the glass the only thing that's still alright? So about this wine glass, so you noticed it, pal. The whole crime scene was a mess, but this glass was the only thing that was untouched. You noticed that too, Gumshoe? No, actually Miss Von Karma noticed it first. Yeah, Pearl noticed it before me too. Hey, wait a minute. So, does that mean Miss Von Karma's here at the hotel? Yeah, she's around. Man, you're gonna be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if she catches you in here. Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000-meter dash. Oh, what's that beeping noise? I've heard this sound before. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops out of nowhere and whips me. To think of it, that's exactly what happened last time. Sorry, I've got to make myself serious later, pal. At last you reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Would it be too much to ask you to be nice for me for a change? So you're the type to steal information from pitifully hopeless detectives. It's very dishonorable of you. Hey, don't you dare run away, scruffy Miss Trenchcoat. I didn't think the detectives of this country could be this pitiful. Detective, come over here for a second. Good about to knowing. At least you were man enough to face your punishment. You were so scared, he just froze up on the spot. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you have soiled my perfect prosecution record. I'll never forget that. This time, victory is mine. Victory is yours. Is that all this means to you? What? Come, Scruffy. The investigation briefing's about to begin. Yes, sir. This isn't over yet. I swear it's on my family honor. Oh, what did she throw at me now? What is this? Well, I guess this means I gotta get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to criminal affairs, alright? If you can, try not to let Miss Von Karma see you. Mr. Powers, have you been here the entire time? Yeah, people connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave. Hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit, just a little. So Mr. Powers likes this kind of woman. What do you know about Miss Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? There's sort of a small rumor going around about her right now. Yeah, if you're interested, I'm glad to share what I know. He's so happy, he looks like a lion that just found his next meal. Whoops. Would you mind telling me about this gossip? Ah, so you are interested in it. I figured you would be. Yeah, I have such a weakness for celebrity gossip too. Really, you too, huh? Yeah, so take a look at this. Looks like a tabloid Miss Oldbag would read. Alright, let's see here. Jam and Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss A.A. You see now, don't you? What? You could stop pretending to be in the dark, Mr. Wright. Juan Coretta didn't have a manager of his own, which means if we're talking about a certain manager with the initials A.A. Yes, Zach, this is big news. It seems kind of odd. That woman, Miss Andrews, together with her biggest rival of her client. It's that wonderful thing that can only happen between two people. Mr. Powers looks so happy. Pearls is just following along, not having any idea as to why he's smiling. Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. Alright, I'll be honest with you now. Then please tell us what you saw. But, what a waste. And here I have a perfectly good chance to have a little fun at you youngins' expense. I am a little devil after all. Doesn't that imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. No, I won't. Did I have to pick it up? Yes. Sir Nick, what is this piece of paper? It's called an autograph. Autograph? Paper's got Mr. Kuroda's name written on it, so it's his autograph. I can't read it at all. To be honest, I've never seen writing that looks like this. Special way of writing called cursive. Look here, see how it says "to my dearest Wendy" in more normal letters here? This is sloppy, unreadable writing. It's crazy and cruel to give this to somebody. Hold on. Wendy, I've heard that name somewhere before. Alright, this time we got it. That's one's autograph. Yes, it is. And it even says "to my dearest Wendy" on it. That's me, right? Right? My name is Wendy Oldbag, so that Wendy has to be me, right? Well, it may say Wendy, but somehow I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it. Oh, please give it to me. Let me have it, please. I can't just let you have it just like that. Yes, you know, how about an exchange? Wow, she must really want this autograph. Offer isn't good enough for you. Fine, Mr. Right, you win. Mr. Wendy Oldbag ready to open up her heart all for my dearest Juan. I feel bad for you now. I tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room. You're kidding. It was about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. It's just a coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet minding my own business. And did you tell that to the police? Well, of course. I thought I could get a gift certificate or two out of it, maybe more. Gift certificate? Been recruited again for that part of the trial. You know, the trial tomorrow. This time you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your client pronounced guilty. Mr. Ongard hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about details like that. I know he did my dear poor Juan in. I just do. That yellow-bellied chicken. Yellow-bellied chicken, I wonder what that would look like. Trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad and I say he did it. What did Mr. Ongard ever do to deserve this? What did Mr. Ongard do to you to make you so... You don't know? That guy, he framed my Juan. Created that scandal that plagued poor Juan. Mr. Nick. What's a scandal? Oh, I'll tell you about it after we get home, okay? Poor Juan, led astray by the wiles of that vile temptress. Mr. Nick, what do viles and vile temptress mean? How about we just listen to what Miss Oldbeck has to say now for now, okay, girls? So, Miss Oldbeck, who is this woman you're talking about? Adrian Andrews, of course. Who else? That guy, he shoved the girl onto Juan on purpose. His own manager, but why? I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan into a scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud. Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal to me. Why do you know about that anyway, Miss Oldbag? I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. I'm always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know. And do you have proof that Mr. Ongard did what you say he did? Next week's issue of a certain magazine says so. Of course, a tabloid. Next week? Doesn't that mean it's something people don't know about yet? Why would Miss Oldbag have information like that, and where did she get it? Good morning. Lada, will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? I told you, didn't I? It's for my scoop. And what I want to know about are the details of this scoop. That's not something I can tell you. I will get the hydrate and the stretch once this part of this chapter is over. I will get up and get something to drink because I need to. I mean, there's my bread and butter. Alright, then an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm going to say that you were looking into a scandal. Could it be that you, Lada Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Juan, Corrida, and this person? This woman. She's Adrian Andrews, Matt Ongard's manager. Nickel Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammin Ninja. It'd be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer, but you can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make papers. You gotta have backup. Backup? Yeah, you gotta have, what's that? News sauce? You mean news source. That's it, so something that shows that Juan guy had something to do with Miss Andrews. This is the article from a certain weekly tabloid. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss A.A. Mr. Corrida didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. Ongard's manager, Adrian Andrews, she has the initials A.A. You saw this article and then thought to take some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were lurking around Mr. Corrida's door last night. Nope, controller actually died this time. Yeah. You were looking into Mr. Corrida and Mr. Andrews' affairs, weren't you? You got it. I was gonna catch myself a scoop by catching them in a secret meeting. There was already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news. What'd you just say? Her initials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? That ain't no proof of nothing. People are gonna want to see real proof. Well, at least I do. That's what I was doing, getting photos. I'm gonna whip up the reader's interest in some gossip a little misleading, and spice it up a little, have myself an exclusive story. Wow, a lot of nice journalistic integrity you've got there. I already finished writing up my spicy article, you know, but the paper I wrote it on, my note to myself is gone. Your note to yourself? It's inside the case of my $1,600 camera. They done run off together. Came here for my big story, didn't come here to have my dear treasure disappear on me. Yeah, I understand. It's enough to make a gal go bonkers, I tell you. What's with people now, anyway? I never thought I'd see the day when someone done steal something from me. Really want that note back, huh? Got no idea why, though. The story on that note is probably a bold-faced lie. Sergeant Gumshoe said they had an investigation briefing. Yeah. Oh, he's back. Hey, so you came, pal. Why the blunt greeting? Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about. What do you mean by that? Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and testimony are airtight. But we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. So what do you mean that the evidence is airtight? I can't give you all the details, pal, but there's two big pieces. Two? And both of them are in this photo. The first is the button that's missing from the victim's chest. That's the button that you found during your body search, Mr. On Guard. Yep, I found it in the folds of Nickel Samurai's special pants. And the second one? The knife in his chest, pal. The fingerprints on the knife on his chest, to be exact. Fingerprints? Whose are they? You didn't even have to ask, little missy. It's obvious. They're Matt On Guard's. Tomorrow's trial. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. So what about this airtight testimony? It's that old security lady, Miss Oldbag. Thought so. So, what do you mean? You thought so? Didn't she tell you something, pal? Well, and you even told her to open that mouth of hers and bellow to anybody. Her blab knob is stuck on 10 and there's no turning it down, trust me. Yeah, well, Miss Oldbag saw it all, pal. She saw Mr. Onguard come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death. No way. Pretty interested in this bit of gossip ourselves. Scandal with Mr. Coretta. But why? Well, 2 years ago, a woman committed suicide. Suicide? Her name was Celeste Impax. And she was Juan Coretta's manager. The victim's manager? That's not all, pal. Miss Impax was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. She taught Miss Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one. Her mentor? A woman who's both Miss Coretta's manager and Mr. Andrews' mentor. Did her suicide have something to do with this case? You want to know more about her, pal? She was the victim's manager and was also Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. It's been 2 years since her suicide, and now those two are linked again by another death. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another. Miss Von Karma, you can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't mean I do. Scruffy, you have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye. Wait, please, sir. We don't... If it weren't for traitors like you, I would have won. Is that what you want to say? Who? That voice. Edgeworth? It's been a long time, right? This is Mr. Edgeworth? What am I gonna do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong? You haven't changed a bit, Francisca. You... How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? You soiled the Von Common name, dragged it through the mud. You even ran away with your tail between your legs like the ill-bred dog you are. Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed to be perfect in every way? Well, let's hear it, Francisca. How are things going? I hear you are having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I will see you in court tomorrow. There will be a clinical lesson in the meaning of total victory. Still the same wild mare she always was. I thought you, the prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died. Mr. Nick, I never wanted to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. Are you gonna run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? That wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What is that supposed to mean? Have something definitive that you lack, and working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. The truth? In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. So what is going on inside his head? A lot of things may have happened, however, Manfred von Karma was still my mentor, and a perfect win record is proof of a von Karma. 1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you had lost your perfect win record? To think your motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. It would have been better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. I see. Let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Well, with Francisca, she almost always says, I will defeat you this time, the instant she sees me. But the courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client, to save their lives. To save your client, you say? Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals, those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me. Even if you are a prodigy, or someone like you, Edgeworth. Looks like there is still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I have yet to learn, me? Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. This woman is another key to solving this case. Do you really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago, but she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corrida's manager. And then a few months later, Celeste Impax died. But her death was ruled a suicide, right? Yes, but there's still one riddle we've yet to solve. A riddle? Her suicide note. It went missing. No one could find it. A suicide note that just vanished, huh? Miss Impax's death was most certainly a suicide, of that there is no mistake. However, we could not find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. A suicide note? But how do you even know Miss Impax had even written such a note? There was no solid evidence, however. We did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which makes the likelihood of a suicide note very likely. But who would hide such a thing? The police think it was Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is a suicide report, part 1 anyway. Part 1? I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts like that one. That has 2. 2 parts. What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here's the second part. The second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. The attempted names is Adrian Andrews. What did she do? She tried to kill herself? She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try to kill herself, though. You think she's a strong career woman? That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews, she has a certain secret she's always trying to hide. A secret? Her dependent nature. That's what she's really like on the inside. Miss Andrews, dependent? Talk about the exact opposite of what that woman is. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempted suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impax. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Lost her will, but why would she... Her pillar of strength, her mentor, Celeste Impax, was gone forever. That's why. Why would that... Is this what they call following someone to the grave? After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She is someone who needs a person in whom she cannot trust absolutely. Once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. And that's the nature of her dependency on others? When Celeste Impact suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself. Then that means her super confident attitude, it's all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. How terrible. Ah, the lawyer dude. So what did you find out? Well, we're still in the middle of investigating. I see, but I've already told you everything I know, dude. After I got the reward, I took my break and went back to my room. I had the post-ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my nickel samurai costume. And you were all alone the entire time? The manager was running around being busy, so yeah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show. I told you, dude, I have no idea about any press conference, alright? Strange, I thought Nickel Samurai was supposed to be confessing something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that was when I noticed it was kind of noisy. Mr. Coretta was already dead at that time. Yeah, that's what I gathered from my manager. And that's when the detective in the green coat showed up. What's wrong? How much do you know? What do you mean, how much? Mr. Lawyer, I may be your client, but I hope you will keep yourself out of my personal life. No, I would never... No, if you'll excuse me, I have a lunch appointment I have to keep. You're in detention. Who in the world are you going to eat lunch with? The security guard? Mr. Nick, this Celeste Impacts lady, somehow I get the feeling she's a very important person in all this. Oh, Miss Andrews is here, but it looks like she's talking with someone. That's Francisca? What are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so you've got some nerve following me around. Following you? That's you, Miss Von Karma. You're the one doing the following. Well, you're always following after the Mr. Detective with the little beard. Me? Following after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl. What is that? An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective, and with this, I know that it fools every move. So that noise we heard with this receiver. We're really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews? Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed, understood? Oh, alright. What were those two talking about? Sandra, she seemed a little dazed, doesn't she? I asked to become Mr. Engarde's manager. He's a pleasure to manage with his nice disposition. Mr. Engarde does seem like a rather weak old man, always doing as he's told. It's always saying, my manager, right, Mr. Nick? Why was Juan Coretta murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Onguard's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Coretta. You were not that close? That's right, I've never been good at being intimate with another person. Not good at being intimate with another person. Somehow I highly doubt that. You and Mr. Coretta had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even had half your wits about you, wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into this story. As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on your good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to Mr. Coretta? As if there was ever such a need. Didn't you get close to Mr. Coretta for this person's sake? Celeste Impax, your mentor? How do you know about Celeste? Miss Impax, she committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was Juan Coretta's manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Coretta so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckracker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Miss Andrews? There was no mystery surrounding her death. None. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Was there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. Miss Impact's suicide note was never found, was it? It looks like the police were under suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Coretta? Juan? And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That is why you became intimate with Mr. Coretta. Just sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor. However, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you like to give, however. I don't think that's really who you are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that Celeste Impax was someone very special to you. Miss Andrews, you nearly went through with it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched out on people who you can depend on. You were dependent on Miss Impax, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop. When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died of death on my own, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report, the one that said the police suspected Miss Coretta of hiding Miss Impax's note. You heard about it and thought to recover it from it by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with the reason to want Mr. Coretta dead. Me? Miss Impax was everything to you, and then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder? It's true, I'm a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I've pushed against all that though, and I've tried to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Miss Andrews, it's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It is my secret, mine and mine alone. Sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note, and that someone was Juan. Celeste, without her, I became scared. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to Mr. Corda to recover her suicide note, correct? Looks like that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. And if they purposely add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. But as for the suicide note, it wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so I understand. Oh, I have one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide? I'd like for you to keep it a secret. Sanders? If people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live. Alright, I understand. I'll keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. Probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for your discretion. Mr. Nick, can I ask you something? Miss Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. That card? Yeah, I guess she has. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Oh, this? I don't quite know. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag. What is it? It looks like a seashell? That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. Or not remembering something clearly? Sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, I must be off. I leave Mr. Ringard in your capable hands. Well, I think we've gathered all we can. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Oh, Pearl, she looks worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all and is walking all over the place with me today. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Let's go back to the office for a while. You're really tired, right? Oh, no, I'm okay. Really. I'm fine. I really am. You don't look fine to me. Oh, wrong button. So what now? Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive. Eating Miss Impact's suicide note. That's right. She was also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever. The transceiver. Hello? Brighton Cove Law Offices. Mr. Attorney, you're not answering the phone. Maya, where's Maya? As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. Which is why, I suppose, she is absolutely famished. What? So I suggest you want a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost, wouldn't you agree? Wait, Maya, let me hear her. Very well. Maya, is that you? Sis, ask my sis. Maya. Damn it, he cut me off. Mystic Maya said ask my sis, didn't she? What does she mean by that? Come on, Phoenix, you're a hopeless one. Sorry. Mia, I have a message from Maya, so come ask me anything you want about her. How's Maya? She's safe for now. That kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how do you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left, and I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I can. I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. The kidnapper, what's he like? I don't know. Apparently Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there. And she didn't see the face of her attacker. Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. Starving. I could really go for some apple pie. God damn, me too. I mean, at a time like this, switch is the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't gonna kill me. I'm not gonna die. Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now. Oh, someone dropped a card here. It kind of looks like a business card, but there's no name on it. It's a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. Try it, it's locked. The door's locked, seems easy enough to open. On TV, the heroes always use this plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Click, magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that I can use. Shell card. If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I have a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. Alright, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. Shouldn't keep Nick waiting or worried. Alright, I'm gonna grab a drink and grab a snack. I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, what voice did I give this guy? Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer, dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? You can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Mia? I must get a complete acquittal today. I know, but I can't focus on Maya's situation right now, or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. It's him. This is right.
Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney, the day of the trial.
Maya, she's unharmed, right?
Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial, which is why I sent you a little present this morning.
Present? What in the world would you want to give me?
You'll figure it out once the trial starts, and even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please.
Wait, the kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Lawyer, dude? Who is that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Engarde. Are the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor! Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. What? Shot? Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Whew. You're... I thought he'd show up. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Francisca Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Engarde. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Witness, your name and occupation? My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct, for now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe? The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Correa, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their rooms. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. The cause of death. Wasn't that because Mr. Corretto was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now a real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana. Banana. His bandana, sir. That thing wrapped tightly around his neck? Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. That's... Judge, pay attention. And what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar, and we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? If Fenn really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it, how's that? We thought of that too, but the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory, then. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan, had apparently only taken the case with him. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right, so it really has nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that's enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt Engarde? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edward's back in full swing. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Matt Engarde and Juan Corretto are huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja button. It was ripped off of the ninja costume and was found in Matt Engarde's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant brought the knife to the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came up pretty clearly, sir. And there's this button that was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And this button is also covered in blood. Yes, and we know that the blood is on it. Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? All this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand? That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Take a good look at the handle and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel? The Gatewater Hotel? Oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel. which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that's very true. This is very big. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. But I didn't... The question is, where did this knife come from? Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corrida's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. There's a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Ongard. Especially what was on top of his table. There's something missing. Perhaps is it a single knife? We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Ongard's knife was missing. Mr. Ongard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant, clear deduction. Seems like Edgeworth has this planned from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of Your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? It means evidence that the court hasn't seen. In other words, new evidence, you idiot. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, gavel of his will be ringing out in the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court? There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention, something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I'm giving you only one chance. What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling out one of your usual bluffs here. To mess this up, it's curtains for all of us. You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this most important evidence that you must show the court? This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. Those were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over, along with everything else, is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say? Well, yes, it is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion? You don't need my opinion, because there's no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? If I appear weak here, the trial's over. I'll look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on his head again, yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? No way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course it's been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants, rather they were one of Adrian Andrews. What? That is why I said the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? Can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corrida. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Now do you see, Mr. Wright? You can't change any parts of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. From here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution is yet another witness, and we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes, bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness. Gotcha. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier.
Oh, Edgy boy, it's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet? It's that wicked witch of the witness stand.
I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do, so today I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime.
Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know.
Shush, I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps.
Yes, madam. No, please, by all means interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please.
It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with?
The witness was on security detail in the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag?
It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle.
You mean you were a fan of the victim?
Look, every day everyone is crazy over that odd guard saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corrida.
But those two were the same age.
Anyway, I was saying, as I was pacing in front of his room that night.
Very well, please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder.
Leave it to me.
God, I hate this woman.
Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was On Guard, Matt On Guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. See, it has to be him. He's the murderer.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. You saw my client. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, see?
Really?
Annoying brat. When I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year. Maybe I should delve a bit further. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are, really, as if that something like that matters. But it does? Now, what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing. That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket. He was wearing that at the detention center, too. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men. Right. So, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now important or relevant in any way? Of course it was important, Your Honor. And perhaps you would like to point out what part of the testimony was important? Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright, witness, please. Oh, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must... Miss Oldbag? What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? Button number 2 on Jim and Ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here. Give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Wow, she really is a diehard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Onguard's body during a full body search. See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal Onguard. It was caught up in the pleats of his Nickel Samurai Hakama pants. See? And Onguard is the Nickel Samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Onguard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress, then maybe blah 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 blah. Oh my god, how long is this gonna go on for? Now hold your tongue still there for a second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Onguard the man, or Mr. Onguard the Nickel Samurai? When you think about it, they really one and the same anyway. Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Edgy, don't you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. Alright, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Onguard, yes, now I remember. That Nickel Samurai, that's right, it was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know, so he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ah, youngins today, I told you there is no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so, and what I said is the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago? Then let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper? My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public's court. So what? See? And look where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you? Well, what I said earlier, who puts any weight into things like that? The now was everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough? Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife, big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. It's a knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? Exactly what I'm driving at. What are we driving at and whose car are we driving? If Mr. OnGuard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all the previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right, the Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. And let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went into the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant had held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show, which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I've heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? Let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's propose Mr. OnGuard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. This knife, this was used by Mr. OnGuard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that, which means that if my client was, in fact, the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida. Suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing, if the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order, I say, order in the court. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? It's to frame my client, Mr. OnGuard, of course. To frame? Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little hard on this one? But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume, and if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Witness! Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy? Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Aren't you saying you mixed up Mr. OnGuard with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV? But, I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure. She wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai? Alright, then who were you waiting around for, then? That's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida. Am I correct, witness? The way you think, you're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So old bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room, but it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corida. Maybe Phoenix, maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. That's who I think me is hinting at. It's certainly possible. Miss Old Bag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the room, weren't you? Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. OnGuard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is, well, I see. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it could be called such a thing. Then this manager with initials AA, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness, what in the world are you? Watch out, Phoenix. I got a very bad feeling about this. I got some information from some very secret information from a certain source. What for? Oh, just for myself, personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this. However, I simply cannot let this point slide. I see. Very well then, witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready, this is going to take the wind out of you youngins. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this, really. It's not like we're 10 years old. That OnGuard is one evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? The defendant sent his manager? What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into the matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did build ill will towards the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Be careful, that old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right, OnGuard is nothing but your average foul-mouthed, blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bag to the fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Why the fuck would you say that, Phoenix? Come on. Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even you drilled a hole into my brain. You'll never find out. How in the world did that old bag get such a secret piece of information? So no one else is supposed to know the secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Old Bag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that. Witness. Hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. Outrageous ideas, you say? No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Ah, that's it. That's the note. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Then you were the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm just a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil OnGuard. She said so herself. On guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. You believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it's only a piece of paper. I suppose we can just overlook it just this once. Looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why didn't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag, I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. Miss Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, "My sweetie, $1,600 camera disappeared on me." Why, witness? What is it, Gramps? You have the note, then it's only logical that you have the camera too. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? That's... what? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you, I fall in love and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card and that's when I noticed it said Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she had taken. I'm a professional security guard, it's my business to know these things. Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry. We must examine them at once. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai? See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Onger clearly stated that, at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that's the case, then this Nickel Samurai is... the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright. The court will consider them before we continue. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? This photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I'll put Maya's life in jeopardy. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, there's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Well... Find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing to, his ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. Rongard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up with just the walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I turned my things around for myself this time. That's curious. Edgeworth is unusually calm today. He's just letting the trial run itself as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. Doesn't feel under attack, then I haven't damaged his case at all? Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt Engarde, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. I figured it would come to this. What? Right, I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven the person inside this costume is not Matt Engarde. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who's the person wearing the Nickel Samurai outfit? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? Adrian Andrews? If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it's none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short, and she can freely move in and out of Mr. Engarde's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Engarde that night. And how does that add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Engarde's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon? Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrado. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order! Order! It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day. Ah! If I don't get a verdict today... Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today. I can't do that. We cannot hear him I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial, but we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man? Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well, we will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian, no way, not cool, and collected Adrian Andrews. She's your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button on your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it was really her? Yeah, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Impacts' missing suicide note, right? Miss Andrews deepened on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. Sounds like she left a suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder, and that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Miss Corrida. Mr. Corrida. Damn. All to get the suicide note back. It sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me. Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better started Miss Andrews' deep dependency issues with regards to Miss Impacts. It was Edgeworth. Looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Court will now reconvene now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court, Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Juan Corrida's room. What is your occupation? I'm the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ongard. I see. Now then, before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossip Land. The judge was ever a prosecution witness. He'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan, but this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was it bait and fry? Remind me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone that would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then, witness. Please testify to the court about what happened when you had discovered the murder that had taken place. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt, though, as I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yeah, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime, and I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix, she is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yeah, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. She disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over, understand? You were in shock? What, was I not supposed to be? Sandra's a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corrida. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock, and you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I'd like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corda, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you. Why aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake, that one thing. What one thing? Never mind, it's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that you, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's just it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. The flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime scene photo? This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such important piece of information? I'm sorry, I thought this, since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would just simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal in your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over, is this correct? Yes, and you're sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there a problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. What is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what's wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shard should be inside, not outside the case. What is your point, right? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She implicitly says she didn't touch the guitar case. But the whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be, however... Yeah, the guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems that there's no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. So why I opened the case? Even I don't know. Really looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination, using any way to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. What is it, Miss Andrews? Shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I was almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. You were wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove that I was not wearing gloves at the time? I have your proof right here, this wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Order! Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here, but it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. I don't mean it was a bright white guitar. Wait, that's not right either. I admit, I would be unnatural for someone to do that, so the witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact on the case. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you're so sure, right, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything to do, at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in that case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing, you don't need... So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty, is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours, you haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? This is a photograph? Yes, what's important is what's in the picture, Your Honor. In this picture, it doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Wright, are you saying that the witness opened a guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? It looks like we've wandered into quite yet another mess, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai costume would have been Mr. Matt Onguard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room, and inside the guitar case of all places? True, that is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? I think it may have been stolen from Mr. Onguard. Stolen? But why would someone do such a thing? Maybe the thief wanted to interfere with the post-ceremony stage show? And so, if he didn't have his costume, then Mr. OnGuard would be forced to go naked. Maybe you should be stripped naked and run for making a mockery of this court. Excuse me? Mr. Matt OnGuard did not take his costume off after the awards ceremony. Even if he testified that he took a nap while still wearing the costume. Is this not correct? Yeah, he did say something like that, didn't he? That's what I thought. Let's try that one more time, shall we? Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. Mr. OnGuard did not take his costume during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking was a spare one. What? Then are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that's what I'm saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Korida, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? No, Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was... What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. OnGuard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Korida himself. The victim? Yes, the spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Korida was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Korida, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt OnGuard. Yes, that is what that would mean. But if that's the case, then that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Miss Andrews? I can see why you're pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up, and the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And do you know what the secret of Mr. OnGuard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. OnGuard? And yet again, another strange bit of truth seems to come to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. One second here while I get a drink. That was a good one. Oh, and ad break anyway, so I guess I'll sit here and I'll wait for the ad to end. I'll just go ahead and hit the BRB while the ad is going. I gotta reset my model anyway, so one moment.
I have grown in size. Very smallly, but nonetheless noticeable. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife, but I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. Excuse me. The defense can find no fault with this testimony. I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could be very well be a clever camouflage. Then what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and the murderer fought, and during the fight, the killer ripped the button from Jammin' Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? The button was found in the pleats of Matt's Hakama, right? Isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. Can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me with an icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume. When? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it's impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. The button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body. Order, what is the meaning? What is the meaning of this, right? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body? That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engarde. There's no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Engarde was set up by the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is, well, Mr. Wright, who in the world's the real killer then? Finally, I can't believe I managed to bring the trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet, not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Engarde is... Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you. You are Mr. Corrida's killer. What? Order, Mr. Wright, this is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence to support your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death.
It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. OnGuard naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only have been taken from his room, and the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Then what? What about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. OnGuard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into it is the person to wake him up from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could have only been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found in the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at that time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used the towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it off, there's this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on earth can believe the Nickel Samurai is Mr. OnGuard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please, stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes, you are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Miss OnGuard's room, Adrian Andrews. Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews not to testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, but there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, right? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What's so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor, but everything the good lawyer here is proving up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrido. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corrido? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taken that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we've reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... If it is not impossible for this trial to continue... Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true that Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but... Actually, there is one little thing that I am curious about, Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they're shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unnatural, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges. Sometimes it gets cut off, and I don't know why. A glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked in the room and saw it in that messy state. And one, he was sitting slumped over and tired, looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. So you poured yourself a glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Corrida's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that he was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Ongard, is not guilty after all. But that's wrong. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify, and your reason for not doing so was you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Then there's no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Ongard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now that I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Ongard. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth. What are you... Witness, don't you understand yet? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Ongard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Francisca. Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of others. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Ongard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging on to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've come across anything like this. Miss Andrews has to be the killer. Right? All we have to do now is get her not guilty. That's my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please, I didn't kill Juan. Mr. Wright? The court can't continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What do I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right? I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there. Right? Come on, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that, but I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you were really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Ongard would get an acquittal, but in his place you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it is clear the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Edgeworth? This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop. Please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report, the attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature, having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop, I beg you. If people find out, If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please help me. Nothing matters anymore. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that's when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume.
stabbed the body with a knife, but why would you do that? Isn't it obvious to pin the blame on a certain person? A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim Juan Corrida in the chest with a knife. However, she did not murder him. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Engarde for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. What you could tell from the state the room was in, there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know that he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but that scarf is part of this Jamma Ninja costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and I went to pour the juice. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if you used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. So you were the one that stabbed the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I use the button somehow, I can make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Engarde's Hakama. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. Things never go smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There's also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldbag. I'd already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out and looking like myself and get caught again. That's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it in Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough, so after that you went back to Mr. Engarde's room and planted the button. Into Matt's Hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal, it's Matt Engarde. Yesterday that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisca, huh? She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor, the defense still... Right? It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for the day. Today's trial is over, and I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I was wondering if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I don't remember at the time you asked about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now I found this in the room that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found the card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as clues to this case, I don't see why... Witness, that card! Give it to me! Hurry! Edgeworth? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card, what in the world is it, and what does it mean? Mystic Maya, there, girls. I can't take it anymore. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Ongard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So... Hey, you guys glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh, look, it looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. Just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now. So, what are you going to do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that. Well, what am I supposed to do now, pal? I didn't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. What? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Ongard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So, yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. I'm great at making really simple meals. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's make Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay, by the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy food? That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like that. He didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to... No, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. Ongard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. Then, they're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie, per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. Such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor is better than that. Francisca. Speaking of Miss Von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss Von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol pal. She's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. Should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you gonna go visit her? No, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today, so maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. Don't say that, Pearl. Now I'm definitely not going. Let's see. The name of the hospital. Oh yeah, Hody Clinic. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place.
Yes. You're here to visit a patient, hmm?
Hi. Wait a second. You're...
Yes, I'm Director Hody.
Why are you still here?
Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You could tell me.
Director Hody? Edgeworth?
Yes, I'm Director Hody.
Oh, you're the man for this morning. What is it? Director, Francisca. How was Francisca Von Karma?
You don't need to worry. She's in good hands. As you see, I'm personally taking care of her. Yes. Yes, and this thing, that surgery, it went well.
You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth didn't know about this director and his secret.
She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes, I understand. Her opponent was a gun, after all. When I snuck up on her real secret light, she would scream really loud.
I see.
Oh, but she's really cute, too. I'd do that. She'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it. Go back to your room. You're so mean. Okay. Yes, it's time for my IV drops.
And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse on my right shoulder. It's no big deal, this sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. So unyielding, wanted to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It's the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Ongard, you told Miss Andrews not to testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix, right? If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find Ongard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix, right? The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what happened, then Ongard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she's now being in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... I think visiting hours here are about over. So if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument? Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... but she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, right, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I'm putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. That card, what in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, right, this is top secret information. You cannot leak this. A special investigation team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelly the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin at the best at that. An assassin? So who is this Shelly the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with shells on them? He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it's a part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. Guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly the Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does a kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see, I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth's going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right, listen, you need to know something. Juan Corretto was killed by Shelly the Killer, and the client who ordered the job is Matt Ongard, your own client. Please stop, I can't listen to you, and I can't believe that. I see, well, if you want to continue your investigation, you'll need this. The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. Do you think Mr. Ongard hired an assassin? Oh wait, I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. Yeah, I guess not. Maya, please, all I ask is you make it home safe and sound. Guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. Even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. What is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that for later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? This is a VCR? Sure, a lot of electronic gadgets here. What is this antenna doing here? There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. Picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, it looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says with love, Celeste. Bet this could be a clue. Locked, of course, and it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this one. Little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then I might be able to crawl through there. That's weird. I think it's a bear. How cute. It's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways you mean dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin. You're an assassin? I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Mr. Nick? Oh, yes, I got caught up in my thoughts about my situation. Mr. Edgeworth left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in On Guard, but I think I should listen to his story one more time. Sorry, but visiting hours are over for the day. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, there's a message here for you. It's from Matt On Guard. Here you go. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask. I have this cat named Shu. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Alright, now, let's go look for clues. You shall not pass. Don't devalue my name and turn into a ghast, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again, although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But I really... Shut up, old woman, shut up! Keep your hands off me. This helmet's airtight, no air gets in and no air gets out. Then why'd you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're gonna have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. Sure is dark. Go turn on the light. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's find the Shu, the kitty cat. I guess this is Shu. Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu. The cat seems like pearls. Pardon me. May I help you with something, Mr. Oh, we're lawyers, actually. I'm Mr. On Guard's lawyer. The Master's. Then you must be Mr. Wright. It's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I'm the family butler, John Doe. Nice to meet you. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. On Guard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. Typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about a year. And anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. On Guard the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you've got here. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shu. And, anything else? No, not especially. Oh, then I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. So young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law. There's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me... There's a door at the bottom of this bigger door, Nick. I bet it's for Mr. Ongard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shoe? The door's locked tight. Well, I guess it's to keep nosy people like me from entering. Miss Oldbank, if you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... edgy? Oh, is this for perfume for Roma d'Amore I smell? Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so, you understand? Just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. Looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know, nothing's gonna come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. What? Now! One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Ongard's room today. The police main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? One of their the team investigating to kill her. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. Looks like we're the only ones here, and yet the hotel seems so busy somehow. Oh, because the police team is scouring the clues. Hey, city boy. A lot of you're still here. Wrecking course, an investigation for photographer eats or stars up on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? This hotel just happens to have that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But do you have a camera? Right, given a photographer's gotta have cameras out that you're like born to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding them out, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop the thief thing already? Would you please take a... Oh, well, okay. I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway at the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. A security lady also wasn't here the entire time. Guess it means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah, can I believe what's written? You mean that stuff about Ongard shoving his manager lady on a corridor? Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know, writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bulldozers. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? My baby, my $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? That guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't you? So put in a good word for me and give me my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Don't be picky about your food now. Make sure you do all your homework. Yeah. Would you please just leave already? Mr. Nick? What's that otherworldly ghastly moan?
hate evil ghosts. I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me, what are you calling a demon, Brett? Zoinks, it's the alien. Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here? What's wrong with the youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to poor Juan, and you're disturbing me. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. It was full trick, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecile look on her face. With that imbecile look on her face. Okay, got it. Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're gonna take notes, at least make it sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But, you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business, so it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Corda. He was the most popular star, you know, especially when it counts in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Ongard. Oh, that's just a recent thing, bad luck and all that, you know? But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. Just show of all the mountain of feelings all of his fans had for him. Kevin, thank you for the follow. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents, they're all bears, right? She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Corda's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Well, that's because you can't think of Juan without thinking about bears. Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. Refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Yeah, I wish it would do that. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can't see those two tuckered out down by a river going, hey, you sure can fight. You too, bub. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice bears. I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. way past your bedtime. That startled me. I thought it was going to die for a second. 8 p.m.? That's the time when the awards ceremony ended that night, remember? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. The transceiver? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how's Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you are not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good. No, Mystic Maya. One more day, please. All I ask is one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright, then... What is with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Seems... Damn it, did the transceiver suddenly break? What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it just became nothing but static. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Hey, welcome back, pal. Thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal out of a can, that is. Sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have time to eat. Oops, looks like you didn't have a can opener, pal. Gotta be kidding, and I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know, there's only one way I know to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. Transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. What thing?
Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself? That's strange. It was making a lot of static noise. Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference. What is this electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal. Oh, when you put it that way, I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Huh? Computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, the TV does that. So that's what you're talking about. She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference, the transceiver happened, there's got to be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something? Hey, speaking of that, where were you when that happened? We were in Mr. Corrido's room, the scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak into the precinct to get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the scene later, alright, pal? Wait, Gumshoe? Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Should get going too, Mr. Nick. Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the, bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak into pal, then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers? What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down. I didn't get one. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. So this is a bug sweeper. It looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. By who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. It'll work, trust me, it'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity, so it's gonna beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. But isn't it better that way? Oh, well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right? Getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this. So listen to advice, there's something bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're gonna find it, right? Now, first let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around the room to get real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press the A button to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at everything. This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean. No, not yet, but this bear's eye is, let's see, perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's take this big fella's eye out and see what we've got. No, you can't. Such a violent act. It's a miniature camera and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. A transmitter, pal. It's more of that high-tech stuff. So this tiny thing is a camera? Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera? It runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set, but there's no videotape on this camera. This is only the camera part, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else. Somewhere else? Footage is changed into radio waves and is sent to that recorder. So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, you're right. So what's a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. That's a timer. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. Set it for a certain time? Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m., that was the time the award ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I'd guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? Pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe the camera caught the murder on tape? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime. There's a camera in this bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Corda this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that there's someone out there that's got a video of what happened here that night. Any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh, is there really no way to find out? Got it. Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna go around the electronic shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. It's investigating time. And he's off again. He's gone. Yeah, but Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. Can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see, thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal, huh? You are one lucky man, right? Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that? Can you really? Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. See you soon, right? Wait! Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. Besides that, right, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida? The real killer. Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. I told you. I was warning you. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Juan Corrida's real killer, Miss Andrews passed. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal from Mr. Onguard. And this card, Shelley the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth, but as you said, all I can do now is find the truth. Past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time, so I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. So the real killer, the real person who killed Mr. Corrida was that assassin Shelley, right? And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that.
Or if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired to kill her to begin with? Who is his client?
You mean who asked for the murder?
The person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood, but whoever this client is, they're still a killer.
Who could have hired the assassin?
You think it was Miss Andrews?
I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife in the corpse herself? But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be. Matt Engarde himself?
If Mr. Engarde really did hire the assassin, then he's not innocent at all. Far from it. He'd be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Engarde, right? I mean, when we first talked with him... I'd like to ask you one question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida? Alright, just so we're clear, dude, I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrida, okay? I didn't see any Cyclops at the time, actually. That reminds me, did you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said today at the trial. She said something interesting. So what is it? Oh, that's right, you didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. Looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Mr. Engarde's secret? What is the secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Corrida was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Engarde had plenty of motive to have Mr. Corrida silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Engarde. There's no way around it now. Hey, wait, what is it, whippersnapper? All I know is that everything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for whoever knows what reason, and it was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made? I don't know, and frankly, I don't care, but the request came from Edgeworth, so... Edgeworth? He said, if you feel angry, direct your anger at the unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm gonna feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. It's absolutely top secret, so you better keep it to yourself. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. I'm sure it was, you know, to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan. Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews. But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Corrida. And then she went on another secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too. Well, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that it's nothing good. But I didn't say anything. So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, there is something of a refreshing pair, those two. I'll tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know the manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Celeste. Miss Andrews' mentor, right? Yes, that one. The Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Corrida? Really, you young kids today don't know anything, don't you? Girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the... Why would Miss Impax want to kill herself? She was gonna get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? But they were gonna get married, right? They promised each other.
They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines, but why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. Let's see. That night after Juan called off the wedding, the manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible. Wonder what happened between these two. That night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. Guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. It looks like things in the lobby have finally calmed down. Feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? It does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Onguard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for, a real decisive witness. Decisive witness? You mean for the On-Guard case? Talking to the witness, we're taking the witness statement right now. We gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick, between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special admission, so there you go. What? Already called them so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. Such good news. Go talk to your heart's content. It sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Sure, they must have transferred Mrs. Andrews here by now, so that means that both Mr. Onguard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Corda was killed by an assassin and that the assassin's client is this man. What's wrong, Mr. Onguard? Something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer's dude self. About the press conference? You mean the one where Juan was going to dress up like as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career. Could you please fill me in on what the secret is, please? I knew this was coming. Mr. Nick, don't tell me, Cyclops. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Did you know that Mr. Corda and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it was all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corda. Her mentor was Mr. Corda's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note for them. Celeste? Was that jogging any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it like a pea, like green peas? Let's go eat one later, okay? I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. It's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay? Mr. Onguard, are you connected to Mrs. Impact's suicide in some way? Mr. Powers? What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? Now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. But the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking with the detective until a little while ago. I was on my way home, and all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. I say my face and whole self in general look suspicious or something. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. I'm just a normal guy in an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet, but it sounds like I saw something pretty important for what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. Can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said. Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about? Let's take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are the only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? It's gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know, because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. What's he really like? Well, let's see, Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say it's just a game to justify himself. What? How horrible. It's unforgivable. Sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him? His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Power suddenly looking kind of energetic? You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in the world have this dazzling sort of image, right? A dazzling sort of image? But aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see? But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey, so you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews Cementer and her suicide? You mean Miss Impax? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day and about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. Heard about that today in court. But there wasn't any actual proof she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Corrida? Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. Truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Corrida by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. Let's see, well, that's some good info, thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right there. Some things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Oh, it's you. Sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. Sure, Miss Andrew knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Corrida had on Mr. Ongard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Ongard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Ongard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste Impax? I had finally put her death behind me, and now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide, and it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. You wanted to burn it, but why? I didn't want it to spread just like another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. A suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Ongard? That's simple, because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But There had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews? Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a good reason, so please tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. See something just now? Psych walk, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. Mr. Nick, your phone. I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. Sounds kind of ominous. Probably just your imagination. Should really pick it up, Mr. Nick. It could be important. Hello? Got a big problem, pal. What's wrong? I'm on my way to your office right now. Oh, okay. Hey, wait a sec. Why is he coming here? It's terrible. I don't know what to say, pal. It's the end. I say I'm Oh. I got here faster than I thought. Hey. No time to relax. I'm confused as anything here. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought the spy camera. This quickly? And the bear's what gave them away, pal. The bear? I figured it out. Figured out that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But wasn't that Edgeworth? And? Go on. There's only one person who bought one of these bears who's related to this crime. Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room? Matt Engarde. Huh? Matt Engarde, your client, that's who, pal. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear... I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's the exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. A receipt? That's all you have? No, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me I'm sure I sold that bear to Mr. Engarde. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Engarde's autograph out of it. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Engarde himself. My sight's failing me. This can't be. So what about the spy camera we found? That was a dead end. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere, but for now, I guess I can give these back to you for you to file away into evidence. I know you don't want to give up, pal. Never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Corrida's room is Matt Engarde. Why would Mr. Engarde do something like this? Bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Corrida on one of their rendezvous. I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you gonna see him? Mr. Engarde, I mean? Yes, I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we'll find out next. I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for pearls. Matt Engarde, what in the world have you done? You work really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to talk, let's talk. Now, let's hear what the secret of yours is. What if Miss Corrida had been successful as planned? What would he have disclosed? Told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corrida, especially on that night. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Corrida's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images with the camera with his transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you were talking about hidden? The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. Guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. Sure, dude, who else could it be from? Person who gave this bear to Mr. Corda was you. Mr. OnGuard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. OnGuard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Okay, are we still here? Okay. Okay. I think everything's good. Oh, God, OBS. He scared me for a second. It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. Ugh, elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes. You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm gonna find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Porter's room and filmed it in secret... Adrian Andrews? There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Corda were having secret meetings. You, who was keeping tabs on Mr. Corda, are going to reveal this as fact and turn it into a scandal, isn't that right? Dude, you can be such a moron. Oh man, Mr. Lawyer, dude, that kind of scandal, that's the good stuff. That's what we in the industry call juicy. The good stuff. Juicy? Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then it'd be a end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Corda because of Miss Andrews. There's only one reason I can think of you to do such a thing. What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about the card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer. I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? Really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Matt OnGuard, I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because... since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client, that's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corda. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt OnGuard. And here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. OnGuard, did you really hire... Hold on a sec, I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet the real me. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt OnGuard. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really shelled the killer's client. You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? That woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself, trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. All I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? That's terrible. You're lying. It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on, let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. Why? Why did you hide the video camera and... A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like the pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. A superstar like me? How much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why... Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right. That video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up and I can? Good enough an answer for you, little girl? Why would you kill Mr. Corida? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? It's all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Corida had been able to give it, then Mr. Ongart's secret would have... well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Corida ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face, and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me, Matt Engarde. Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan, and you answered very clearly you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Corida. I dare you say that in court tomorrow. Oh, but too bad you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case or refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That would have to be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Maya, you wouldn't want to test a killer. He's a man of order, so I hear. You'd end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel. So if I were you, Mr. Red Esquire, I would give it all my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. Get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? Now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth, I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, right, what are you going to do if you plan on changing your strategy? No, we can't do that. That's right, he's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth? Right, only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago at the time, I truly didn't understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, right, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who's clearly a killer... On guard, that man is really... Doesn't matter who, every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people would say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believe my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart, but if I were to get on guard an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were in suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. Just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Francisca von Kalmar are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end when you know that in truth is not with you, but I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francisca fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record, that's all. And isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you were mistaken. What do you thanks to you when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. Realize that things are such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. The transceiver. Sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? What is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Onguard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right? Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you are asking me for a reason as to why I am doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is why it is called client relations. It is part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time when my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is DeKiller. Shelly DeKiller. You're Shelly DeKiller? Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a DeKiller, I always finish to do what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya, it would be my duty as an assassin to see that she receives a nice long nap. Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. I don't know what to say. Edgeworth, did you hear that at the end of the transmission, Oh, it sounded like a cat. Cat? Can't be that cat, can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the Killer's holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all police units head for On Guard Mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over there as well. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight's only just begun. Maya! Please answer us, Maya. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area, I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. He and On Guard were working together all this time. I'm sure. Oh, this is a figurine of a bear, but there's a lot of cuts in it for some reason. Bear, isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Corda? Why would something like that be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. I'm sure that's for Shu. You think this came through that little door? This door, it's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Someone here from the looks of this room. I would say this is On Guard's private lounge. Look at this, right? An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. The tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Searched all over, but it looks like he got away. Sorry, it looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time, and now we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste. Miss Impax? You mean? Yes, Mr. Accord is former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impax be here in On Guard Mansion? Why does it say with love? This might be a clue. What's wrong, Pearls? Please let me see that picture frame. What's so special about the frame on the back? There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya? It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message. And, I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get On Guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick out, okay? I gotta watch out for the helpless lunk. I guess that's it. That's... right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? It's nothing. We've searched this house and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth, as far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm gonna get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Miss Andrews' psych lock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. Blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the Ascension Center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I have come to remove your psych lock. Psych lock? I want to know and you will tell me your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ongard for the murder? I already told you countless times, it's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ongard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking out my revenge out on Matt and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Celeste? There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. That's Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On the top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him yet, but for you to hate Mr. Ongard, it would have to mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impacts and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? This is a photo of Miss Impacts, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impacts' handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's not right. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Ongard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that didn't work out. Because Mr. Corda didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. But because of Mr. Ongard, what do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at that time. I was working part-time back then and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why. With Love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? And it wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. It's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that, which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. That's where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match, and they were even planning to get married, and then it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see, so that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Corda have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It's probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for it when it would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impacts. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. In that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a summer breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note, at the time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it from Juan. So I could find out all about this, and I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought that murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was gonna burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and then that's when revenge crossed my mind. I was gonna bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed one's body with a knife, I didn't even feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I am a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for taking your time and talking with me. It's no big deal. Couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either, not with Maya's situation, not with what I know now.
How did I get into this mess? It's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What have I done wrong? I not allow you to go on like this, but I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence. You are no longer worthy of your title. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me, your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Phoenix. Phoenix. Maya. How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. I curse on guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Gumshoe, I'm really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Didn't you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. We're not going to give up. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can to find him. If we can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves. It's true, I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that, so you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. You have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, you two can draw it out. Now I get it. I believe in you. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So believe in us. We're gonna give it all we've got, just like you. Hey, Phoenix, you understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. Court does now enter session for the trial of Matt Enguarde. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery of being, what exactly was Mr. Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime herself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Enguarde.
and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. And you're saying she's guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell? This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin, and the person who hired the assassin, his client so to speak, is Matt Ongard. What a surprising turn of events. I would think it become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true, but we still have to hold out as long as we can, at least until Maya is safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call forth your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. What is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry, well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to... Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Ongard's room. Okay, sure. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony, and talking with the bellboy's no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Ongard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? But that's perfectly normal. So how long did you watch the two of them? No more than a minute or two, I think. At first? What do you mean by that? I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. Why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How should I supposed to know? Hey, wait a sec. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... you know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's it. You didn't really know how to do your job. Mr. Edgeworth? This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean the one about the bellboy, right? So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much was it? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got into his pocket, and that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. It sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of the shocking moment I should ask about. Sure, but giving him that much may be a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify the record about how much would you say the defendant gave the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. Why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll? Oh, well, how interesting. That certainly is a very generous tip, isn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. That's just beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash for simply bringing people things on trays, why on earth would I be standing around here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Juan Corrida. Then the bellboy the witness saw... Yes, he was the assassin. Well, hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the crime scene. Shelley the Killer. He is the person the police special investigations team have been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Just something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away. This time, I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier come out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan's room. Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... But I'm not done, there's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer, then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room, and if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it is your turn to entertain and make us laugh. It's no laughing matter. So what exactly you saw out of place about him? Right. What the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's gonna say next? Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? He wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. Call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it's a bit strange, Mr. Powers. Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or... There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service, so there's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Mr. Powers, yes, you easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all these stitches and... So? A baseball has stitches? Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like the court that... Please take a look here. This is the crime scene? There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Corrida's body. The liquid inside the glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what's on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can see that there's a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Corrida's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Corrida was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. I blame you for leaving me down this route. Terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed. I recall you had said something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. What? A bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves? Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, this makes the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus, can't get lax here. So, what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright, that bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So? Football's made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant, and then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room, then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kind of saw that by accident. Some accident, I'd say you saw too much, and all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Well then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. I said hold it. Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably only ask him one question at a time. So, who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. Well, it was Mr. Onguard's room, correct? It could only have been Mr. Onguard himself, I'd say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that? Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing? He gave something to this person? Yeah, and what was this something? If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that the something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. I would like to summarize this testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was this person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... No. You remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Matt Onguard's mansion. At the defendant's house? What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the Killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Mr. Onguard's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor, Mr. Matt Onguard is the killer's client. Order! I said, oh, Mr. Wright, this is the most unfortunate turn of events for you. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it's clear that there's no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please? Yes, Mr. Wright? There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who that was that took that bear, we can't be sure of... What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're gonna scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry, actually, so I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm, it was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. You've got to be kidding! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order, it looks like you've dug your own grave yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took this little bear was the Nickel Samurai, and as we all know, Matt Onguard is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all clear. What else is to do now, Mia? Help! You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry. Your Honor, again, Mr. Wright? You've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony. It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. I have to find something, even one more little point will do. There's still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull? Oh. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Onguard's mansion. However, Mr. Onguard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh, I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Onguard who took this bear to his mansion. Boy, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Disaster averted to... You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remembered what you muttered to yourself at Onguard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Can't believe it, that butler, all this time he was DeKiller. DeKiller and On Guard were working together, so to speak, and DeKiller was hiding at On Guard Mansion as his butler. What a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to On Guard Mansion by DeKiller himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, On Guard had him do so. I assume it was because it would have been bad had the police found it during the investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. It's too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt On Guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figure was found at On Guard Mansion. However, it is possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is DeKiller's real client. The real client? Yes. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is DeKiller's real client and therefore the real murderer? Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt On Guard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. On Guard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. On Guard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic, besides which there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on, can anyone tell On Guard did it? I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else. This is save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I am willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even if you have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. DeKiller did specifically bring that bear to On Guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely, and I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor, Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare a witness at that time. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage, don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? I never thought it in your desperation you tried to pin the guilt onto Adrian. I swear this demon will pay. Miss Pearls, where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. Really strong power? Oh, Miss Nick, your phone, it's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. It's good. And what about you? Anything? Have you figured out where DeKiller and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but what? We don't have any more time. We just had one. Even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep this trial going until Maya's been rescued. Have I just run out of luck this time? Is all of our hope for naught? Tent. Tent. I could see a circus tent. Mia? It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now, but I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? There's the only one, the very big circus. Maya is somewhat within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map, about a 300-foot radius of the main tent. Hurry. And I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. There's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but that's all I could... It was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. Felt like it was an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there just a little longer. Wish us luck. Call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay? Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, an obvious question arises: why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You have seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why does she... Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center, it's a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's just a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot you may begin your cross-examination. It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. A puzzle. That's right. It looks like an ordinary figurine, true enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. What kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you can take it apart? How would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. This is most interesting. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? And how do you know about this? I know about it because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you. That's right. It was... Damn it. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness continued your testimony. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country. But this looks like it could be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's broken. Who else knows that the spare is actually a small container or jewelry box? Never told anyone, and as long as Juan never told anyone either, the two of us knew. Two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. Onguard didn't know, right? I think this is all I'm gonna get for now. There's only one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? What's inside? That's right, and that's what we're going to find out next. Witness? You are the only one who can open this. Please? I've opened it. And is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note? I don't think we need to guess at what this is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan Coretta's former manager, Celeste Impax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Coretta himself. It seems Celeste Impax had very beautiful handwriting. She's just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order, witness, what do you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but couldn't find it anywhere, because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace, so now that the suicide note's been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right, at least that's what I would think. Now that I believe it's only appropriate that the contents of this note be made known, I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was gonna burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade to stop me. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. Judge's voice rang loud and clearly through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impax left to us a record of all that had happened to her, about being used and then thrown away by Enguard, about being engaged to Corrida and Enguard's role in destroying that, about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Impax had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Enguard. Then what? And our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes, on the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word, Matt Enguard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. No room for doubt here. Mr. DeKiller's client's goal was to obtain the suicide note, and the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear was with the note inside was found inside of the defendant's house. Seems we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know, I have to carry on a bind so more time. Okay. 2 deadly pieces of evidence, a figurine in the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of these. Gavel's already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry! Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. I think Your Honor believes that Matt Ongard killed in order to obtain this note. Yes, that is correct, but that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Corrida until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I'd say that Matt Ongard could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt Ongard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. The victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Ongard. Mr. Wright, you don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. See, you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was stuffed in the bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch using this. She was bug sweeper? By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Matt Ongard's fingerprints were on there? Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ongard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. You got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Is that man the bad killer guy? Phoenix, have you figured out what you're gonna do next? What I'm gonna do next is running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting a lid on this case, but his ignorance to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate. I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think it's time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? Can I figure out what it is, or do I look like I should have let it go? I have an objection, Your Honor. That was the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth, but there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that has yet to even be remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be... Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Ongard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figure. The only person other than the victim who could have solved the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt on guard. I did no such thing. Right? If you're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented the scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note? It's as the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point of where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible. This isn't good, Phoenix. Judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate. And on my butt. That's just the Lord trying to buy more time. I think we reached the end of the line. What does that sound? It's Gumshoe. Oh, Gumshoe? What is with him? What's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say. Besides, I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. What's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time, but don't tell me we don't have any more. You hear that? They're calling for his head. It's right. I can't force us to come this far and... Oh, let me talk to Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch. Mr. Edgeworth, please, you've got to buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This assignment really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we just adjourned for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. At the prosecution's request, the court will not take a 30-minute recess, but be advised I will not allow another recess today. Not sure if this is helping or hurting. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Right, well, what's going on with Maya? The killer, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes, we can't find her in that time. Report. Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time, just spit it out. Right, it looks like we just missed them, sir, but the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got things he left with me right now and I'm on my way over. That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. Those guys weren't looking. I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. My hunk of junk car, I'll say I'll be there in about 20 minutes. I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops from running every red light. I'm myself by the murderer. Maybe there's something among them that would just be decisive enough to end this. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. What happened? Sounds like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help, but we have no idea where he is. His cell phone was broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is. I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and even using evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict is decided. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call waiting for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what you must do. We're in the final part. Finally, we're in the final part. My god. I was right about this trial being super fucking long. Well, we're now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem to be distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you can please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Mr. Impact's suicide note? Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impacts herself. It's a fake. Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impacts, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Mr. Corrida? Well, it looks like Miss Impacts never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so the facts remains unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. This theory that On Guard had no idea that the suicide note was fake, something seems wrong. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. On Guard to not have known it was a fake. What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor? Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. On Guard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. On Guard would have known that the victim had forged the note. So then the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake, and if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. On Guard's motive for murder was has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. On Guard monitored Mr. Corrida 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. On Guard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Mr. Edgeworth, it looks like this time it is you who have dug his own grave. As I figured, it came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Ongard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? That's not like him. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is the one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley DeKiller to commit murder. That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? Yes, go on. Who is it? The man himself, Mr. Shelley DeKiller. Oh, Mr. DeKiller. Wait, Shelley DeKiller? You mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here to the witness stand. Well, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? Can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if this is really alright to do this. Very well then, the prosecution calls the witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness, your name and, occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley DeKiller. I am a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here? Your Honor, how can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. DeKiller will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier about was. Oh no, this will not... I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. DeKiller himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley DeKiller. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! A voice? Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley DeKiller. Oh, looks like we've run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness, there is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida, is this correct? It is as you say, I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream. Shelley DeKiller, what is he gonna say? There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself, and that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. DeKiller is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine? There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected. The trust between you and your client? I provide my service in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the DeKiller name so my clients can trust me. Now, couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did, that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough. Please, no more.
Alright, well, it was only a hypothetical anyway. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. Doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and had acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. This is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You? Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. The judge should better watch himself. I'm sorry, I was just wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that is why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience, who would have figured? Now then, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, really. In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. We believe we are ready. Excellent. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of the client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? Witness. That is not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it's Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be on the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name? Matt Ongard, perhaps? I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. Shelley DeKiller. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Ongard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow, all of a sudden I feel like we can actually win this. Yeah? This prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. Most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client, who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Ongard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? With the way this is going, Ongard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. DeKiller is lying. And Ongard is my client. I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley DeKiller is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please, that testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it's all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. DeKiller himself has testified he has named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button, donning the nickel samurai costume. But that's... you even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste impacts is a large part of your life. You know, you wanted to follow her, and you wanted to revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want both dead. No, Mr. Wright.
You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them, please. Help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright, I believe we have reached the end of this trial, therefore I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide, do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya, or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Phoenix, I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know, but Matt Engarde is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than Engarde. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it's because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Engarde convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see this witness's lies and find the truth, that is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at, and I'm sure that once these pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. DeKiller. Right away, Your Honor. Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about, usually done? What should we have him testify about now? Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. Your legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. Well, goddammit. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and at the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corredo was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client has broken the rules. Just started storming like crazy outside. I am doing this for risk prevention. However, this time, everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. We still have the cross-examination, but you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness as if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes two of us. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corredo had been murdered. But how do you know that? From the wine glass, Your Honor. The glass. Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corredo had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That's not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ooh, it is hailing. Woo! Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now I have to buy more time while we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. It's just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. This request came to me about a week ago. It was at a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I've made no mistakes. It's correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, correct? Of course I did. What was that? What was that brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value trust between a client and myself above all else. The only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was that testimony of any importance just now? I messed up. I pressed the wrong button. Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question is, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. I was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony important? If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that's correct. And that was when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that's an impossible tale. What, Shelley the Killer? You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following, that he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking a request. But he's never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that's exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name, yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender, and so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? Shelley the Killer, this court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. No, he's just going to spit out more lies. Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Yes, now I remember I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name on the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying. Careful, Phoenix, if you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay, like we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Two or 3 other things? Yes, and what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney? Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait, this is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I think this is worth pursuing. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. And then what did you do next? Handed it over to my client right away? You gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. Shelley the Killer, if you really had given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. I was gonna burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order! Order! So that's where you two were going. By the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means... It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Order! Order! Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before, how I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's enough. If that's your intention, then there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please, not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... What in the... Mr. Wright, are you? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should... Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... Prosecution... What has come over everyone? Even you... Prosecution... rests. What is going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that's the case, then even though I'm reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright, if I end the trial here right now, then your client, Matt Ongard, will be declared innocent. In his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Andrews would be charged with murder. The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant Matt Ongard to the stand. The evidence from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. Believe it, the outcome now lies in your hands. Did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Huh. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Ongard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, given his own client up like this. That refreshing spring breeze crap, it's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? Better get Ongard guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? The choice I make, someone's life is gonna end. It all hinges on what I choose. Then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense final statements on this matter. The person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, and your client, Mr. Matt Ongard, is innocent? There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is gonna say what I want, aren't you? Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Ongard, is... We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Ongard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt Ongard is... Francisca? What are you... you see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? That's exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces, do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. All the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat this is. That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. Fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what's inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial's already over. All that remains for me to hand out my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. Suppose you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please, these pieces of evidence were the items left by DeKillers during his escape from the police. He must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor. DeKellar left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among this evidence we're about to see, there'll be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. I'm sure of it. It's all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does DeKellar's pistol have anything to do with this case? Pretty sure there was no gun involved in this case. There's no real benefit hearing about it. Please present the next piece of evidence. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. Bet DeKellar took that from OnGuard's mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh, yeah, but I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. DeKellar went back for it? That's right, looked like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from DeKellar. Shello DeKellar's no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Don't think this is going to help much at all. Thank you very much, Von Karma. I think that's enough. This is all I have to present, Your Honor. Just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure we were under normal circumstances. These items from Shelly DeKellar's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing, it is who is the client. Yes, that is correct, and these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. The judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix? I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist, but you have to make that miracle happen. You come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of the situation for us. The first... Make OnGuard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If OnGuard wishes himself to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. Second way, force DeKellar to end his contract with OnGuard. If DeKellar were to no longer think of OnGuard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Yeah, that's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would be truly a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? I mean, turn things around. Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge, we have all seen the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth is maybe what will bring about the miracle in the end. There's no objections this time, correct? Now then I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence. I am not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That's impossible to turn the situation around in one try. One try, that is all I will permit. To try to remember everything that's happened up to this point. Think, there must be a way to save Maya while taking OnGuard down at the same time. Let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show the evidence to? I see, and now tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring the transceiver from earlier. Right, it looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me a piece of evidence? Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. Thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you were on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted a camera? Well, the only person who would have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews? Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt Ongard film the crime scene? The reason why he did this is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling, and I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where this video comes in. With that, I can keep at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley the Killer? It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target? Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! I thought I'd never see you again. This trial's appeared to come to its conclusion. However, I'm sort of not quite. Miss Von Karma, where did that? She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's finally time to hand down a verdict. Mr. Ongard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is that alright with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Please plead whichever way your heart tells you. Matt Ongard, even though I am a lawyer, cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self-guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside of the detention center, your life would be in danger. I don't know which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. As always, it looks like we haven't uncovered the real truth. I don't remember you helping much out in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard? I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. Sure, he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone in the detention center, that first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convince Matt, I felt like I'd finally been saved. It's the first time I've seen her smile. I really am happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did was right, wasn't it? It's the first time you've not gotten your client off. Well, he did what now? You got them a guilty verdict this time, but you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there's something more than just getting a not guilty, right? I understand that now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think back to the moment before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about how incredible decision you had to make. Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices, and then your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Maya's safe. You did it. You really did it, Nick. Oh, she's punched deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Nick will save her. Thanks. Oh, what's wrong? Miss Von Karma? About earlier? Thanks? Ow, why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed, and yet you're still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry, she may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless, but a man appeared and stood fast against it. Selfish me and fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened. So I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note, Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl in a hole and die. But that's not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. It was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant, but every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. Well, you trusted your enemy. It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. Truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one, it's never easy, we claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. Me too. The truth? Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, right? That's why you couldn't forgive me, this man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died, and at least that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool. Miss Von Karma? I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma, and neither am I. It's over. It's all over. It says you threw something on the ground just now. This is electromagnetic receiver? Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else. I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. She keep this, right? Okay? Nick? Maya? Maya? Oh, I knew you would come through. You got Enguarde convicted like I knew you would, and on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. We sure pressed our luck this trial. You were really lucky to be standing here. Whatever, whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya? Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're alright. Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Alright. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place. Where are we going? Food, Nick, food. Grub, chow, I'm starved. I'm so hungry. Even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. I think I look like a burger. I'm a prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food, so I've decided that we're going to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food. Food! Hey, pal, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I don't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. Telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him? Y'all did it again, city boy. Felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of the Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now, looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Rat too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight, even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now, everyone gather around. Y'all gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. It's like Glotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that. You know, you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for you, for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Well, you know, it's... wait, that's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item? Oh, come on, y'all. It's over, but who boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless, so to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal, so where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. You know, I don't know where it went. Oh, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. I'm sure it's nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing's picking something up. Oh, that's it. That's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I've had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. Still have some work to do. Huh? But you haven't eaten anything yet. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, what? I just wanted to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give and express how I feel. What's this? Thank you. It's thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Hurley, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh? Oh, yeah, this is kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So it kind of already put your name on the bill. Huh? Yeah, it kind of got me a situation like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It'd better be anyhow for $3,000. Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. This is great, Mr. Nick. Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Oh, you don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, time to let it all out. This is going to be the first time I hear the real you. Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright, if you say so. Oh. Oh, oh my god. Really came through for me, Nick. Had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the two of you just in case. Aren't you like 8? How are they letting you do that? Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief and he got me reinstated for my sake. Heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it. Crashing headlong at everything is the only way to live, pal. I'm Maggie Bird. I'm retiring this uniform as today, sir. I'm gonna be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I'm sure nothing bad will come of that. Wink, wink. Recently, yes, that girl, you know, haven't seen her around. But I remember if I even laid so much as an eye on her, I would go crack. Didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes. It's time to begin our quest for world circus domination, sweetie. And let the world know we are serious. I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? And if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Mo's jokes. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fail on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls represent. Got a new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. What's this? It's just an ordinary electric razor recharging on its stand. Can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? But it's Etchy Poo's idea, so that means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty, and there's a man, blah, 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 blah. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Etchwood did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right, I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this. I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his, I don't know how it ended up with my luggage, but it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? Seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations for everyone around me, expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what, and failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius, there's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right, you knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. Hope you'll think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can, just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today, you chased after me after I had left you behind all these years, and that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. I'm Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you'd better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. And that does it for Injustice for All. I forgot that last chapter went on for like an extra 2 hours. I thought it was like 6, maybe 7. No. Well, actually, yeah, 7's about right, because it took about an hour and a half to finish off the second part of chapter 3. So, I'm excited to play the third one of this, but I'm gonna take like at least like 5 days off for Ace Attorney, because talking for like 8 hours straight is something I'm still not used to. So that's gonna do it for this stream. If you popped in and just hung out for a little bit, I appreciate it. Thanks to Ronan again for the raid at the beginning. That was much appreciated. And I will see you guys on the next stream, whatever the game is. Have a great night.